Good evening, everyone. For this show, we should have Measy. We should have Femi from the chat joining at some point. I'm just going to go ahead and put the StreamYard link. And, anybody can join. But what I want to do is I definitely want to start with, at least Femi, if not Femi and Measy to join this. So the topic of this, we're going to probably go off script, but I wanted to definitely focus. I wanted to definitely do a little bit of a deep dive on the Pop the Balloon guy. I think his name is Aaron Sloan. I'm going to be leaning on Femi a little bit more for that. I did a little bit of research, but we definitely want to talk about him. I definitely took some notes myself, and before I started watching some of the content around him, I was looking at. I watched a lot of Femi's videos, and she pretty much tore him to shreds, and some of the other content creators did too. Let me see if I can find my notes. So I watched the original video today, but I before that I'd kind of seen him go viral from other content creators. And I had maybe watched that show a couple times before that. I'm not too well versed in the Pop the Balloons cinematic universe. I think that there's definitely one main creator, but I think that other people have stolen her idea, and that's my impression. I don't think she's the only person who's doing the Pop the Balloon stuff. But I think she might be the one who's the biggest platform. So I thought it was really interesting that I thought this Aaron guy was really interesting. I mean, first and foremost, this dude was rude as fuck. I really feel sorry for all the women who had to even be on that panel. And I think one of the things I was noticing about that panel is these are very young women. Now, he's almost 30. He's 29. But I felt so sorry for those women, even though they were super young. I felt so sorry that they were even put in a lineup to critique him or even possibly go with him. But I think that this dude, I'm trying to look at my notes. There was just so much drama that came out of this Pop the Balloon thing. I mean, the first and foremost one was, I think apparently the woman that chose him gave out her number or her Instagram. I think it was the latter. I think she gave out her Instagram to another guy who was there. Let's be clear here. She's not your wife. She's not your fiance. So that's, in my opinion, is fair game. But I want to kind of segue a little bit to his expectations. I thought they were kind of. I watched another content creator today, and she didn't have any issue with his requests. I think he was saying. Let me see if I can find my notes. He wanted someone who was not promiscuous. Okay, this is a red pill talking point. But trust and believe he's probably promiscuous as fuck. This was kind of new. He wanted someone who had a career. That's anti-red pill, but I think it's. We'll get back to that. He wanted someone who was not. He didn't want someone who was not clean. He wanted someone who was consistent. But it's super weird. I think. Just going back to those first 2 points, he wants someone who's not promiscuous. He strikes me as a very promiscuous person, and that's what kind of kills me about these red pill and Manosphere dudes. It's they want women who are not promiscuous, but by and large, I'm sure they want women who are really good in bed. I can guarantee you that they're gonna have problems. I think it was Uncle Rico on the last podcast who said basically. They marry the purity wife. They're going to cheat on the purity wife. I believe that's absolutely true. I think that's the hypocrisy of it all. Is I think it just speaks to super low self-esteem. So trust and believe if he's going to be and has been and will probably continue to be promiscuous. But it's just weird that he wants a woman who's not promiscuous. What is it to you? I mean, we've talked about on these podcasts. That if you're not married to this woman, if you're not really dating this woman, what is it to you And when they really mean by promiscuous is like they don't want women who've had a past. In my opinion, unless you're choosing wrong, a lot of these women are not going to be sleeping around. That's the red pill idea is like, oh, she's sleeping around. Oh, she's entertaining all these guys through her Instagram. So you got to make her shut down her Instagram when she gets, when you start dating her, which I think is extremely insecure. I'll go back to the second one, like has a career. I think there's, I'd love for Femi or Knack to join, but it's like, I think that there's something else underneath that. I think when he made these statements on the podcast, on the panel, the Pop the Balloon panel, talking about how I got $100,000 in the bank. Okay, if you got that liquid and that's not retirement and that's not savings and that's just purely just saved money, first and foremost, he doesn't strike me as a dude who would have saved $100,000. I wrote down some opinions. They might be a little too flagrant to be talking about on this panel, but I'll say is like any person that's claiming that they can pull out $100,000 out of the bank, that sucks. I mean, I'm not saying that some people can't. 90% of people cannot. Let's be clear about that, especially in his age bracket. He's 29. Let's be clear about that. We need to see some receipts. And clearly, I think if you listen to like Femi from the Chat's videos, he doesn't have his $100,000 in the bank was like a company money. It was like company money. It was not just his. It was like hold on, I'm looking at BA. BA, I don't think you got the memo. And if you listen to the stuff about this Pop the Balloon guy, feel free to jump on the panel. I don't know how I know you live in Brazil. Listen, we love you, BA, but you're apparently living under a rock. I'll just give you the cliff notes of this. Zed's kind of taking a little bit of a hiatus, and she's letting me kind of run with the channel in that interim period. So that's the answer for you. Zed has made posts. I don't think you miss a panel, but you've missed the community notes. Apparently, you don't go to the community notes tab. She's made plenty of notes. You could look at the. She's made at least 2, and maybe 3. But that's to get me off topic. Feel free to join the panel if you want to. But we're going to be talking about for this portion of the panel. We're going to be talking about the Pop the Balloon dude. We're not going to be going off script. We're not going to be talking about porn. I know that's what you love to do. We're not going to be talking about white people and their ghetto gaggers. We're not going to be talking about that. We're going to stick to the point about of the Pop the Balloon guy for the moment. I did want to kind of pivot to maybe something just a little self-serving, because he did talk about. So someone on the panel called him a Ninja Turtle, which I thought was hilarious. They made a meme about that. Let's be clear here. I'm a Ninja Turtle too. I have a natural Ninja Turtle body, but he has an unnatural Ninja Turtle body. He's been juicing. He's been maybe going under the needle. He's probably been taking some steroids. So I want to I'm saying that to say that, listen, let's stop shaming the Ninja Turtle physique, because that's just a stocky physique. But again, I just want to put that out there. I don't want there to be any Ninja Turtle slander, because we're all artists and we're sensitive about our shit. Put some respect on our frame. So there's a little bit of jokes. So I just one thing he did mention that I thought also was kind of a little sus was in the panel. BA, feel free to join. Like, if you watch this stuff, I don't know if you've watched this viral thing, because I'd love to have it. Oh, there's Femi. Never mind, BA. Hey, what's going on, Femi?
Hey.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? You can't hear me?
I can't hear you. You might have to rejoin.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't hear a word you're saying for me. Okay, but hey, Zed, I will say thank you for adding the tiger for the background. I know I'm a YouTube rookie. I don't know how to really do a lot of stuff. I still gotta learn. There's a lot of like little videos I would love to share on this thing for this panel, specifically for the Pop the Balloon dude. But as for people who know, I went to Morehouse, so I have an affinity for the maroon color. I love tigers. I think they're kind of my spirit animal. Morehouse is for the people who don't know, for the people in the back, they're the Morehouse Maroon Tigers. You know, they have in the AUC, the Atlanta University Center, they have Clark Atlanta Panthers. They got Spelman. I don't know what they're. I think they're Spelman like Lions or Spelman Lions or something like that. I gotta look it up. I've had a couple sisters go to Spelman. I should know this, but while we wait for Femi to come back, so the other thing I noted that I felt it was kind of sus was like he said at the last woman, she started pressing him saying like, "Are you religious, dude?" And he claimed to be religious, but he was like, "I'm not going to reveal my religion." I thought that was a little sus. No offense. I'm not. Some people might say he's well within his rights to say that. I felt like it was just a little sus. Hey, how's it going, Femi?
Can you hear me now?
I cannot hear you. I don't know if anyone else can hear. If y'all can hear Femi, I can't.
Can y'all can't hear
Let me try to
me?
turn my.
I don't know what's happening. Can they
Let me
hear
know in
me?
the chat if y'all can hear Femi. I cannot. Maybe I need to like take my. Give me a second. Let me try to change my setup. Hey, Femi, try to talk again.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I took my headset off. Wow, y'all can hear her. I cannot. Wow. This guy's. Hold on. Let me take my mic off. Let me just go solo. Femi, can you speak again?
Hey.
Okay, cool. Let me try to get my mic to get my setup again. Cause I couldn't hear you. That was weird.
So you can hear me now?
I do. I just went straight
Oh.
iPad because I was using my podcast mic setup and headphones. Let me try to get that back again.
Hey Alex. Hey Tam. Hey BA. Hey OB. Hey Lux Travel.
Can you hear me, Femi?
Yep.
Okay, good. Let's do it.
Okay.
So I was gonna lean on you for this because I know you tore this dude to shreds, and I my introduction to this dude was listening to you, and I think listening to you and Sexy Red TV, but I think you tore him to absolute shreds.
Oh. Okay, I was listening to your introduction when you first came on about him saying he doesn't want anyone promiscuous, but he wants somebody that does have a career going. And uh not to say there's something that's wrong with a guy wanting either one of those two things, but it's just when we're talking about people, to me, I'm an energy person, and I think that sometimes you have to feel the energy behind the person's words. And uh I think that anybody who wants somebody that's not sleeping around, right? So when he first comes on the dating show and he's like, I don't want nobody promiscuous. I mean, okay. But then he said it again. Like
Right.
when she asked him, when she brought him up to the mic, I don't want nobody promiscuous. To me, uh that that was a red flag that he was a little like you already coming off to a person insecure. Usually people, and now I understand that I've watched a bunch of different creators' opinions on this, and even coming from some guys like, okay, so what I have to understand that this is a YouTube, or not a YouTube. Well, I think she is on YouTube, the creator. It's a YouTube series made by just like an average everyday young woman. I forget the young lady's name, but I went on her YouTube, and prior to this, she was doing makeup and hair tutorials and stuff. So, this is not something that is super 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 serious. And when I was listening to another creator, he was like, when people come on these shows, and I don't know, because I don't really watch the shows, he's like, usually people have some type of social media that they're promoting. And not to say that these girls are like the fresh and fit girls that are OnlyFans models, but like the one girl, she was a real estate agent. That they're coming, really, their purpose of coming on the show is more so to promote themselves and their brand, than finding love. So a male creator has said that, so that kind of like, I was like, okay, I could see that, but I would think that if somebody was coming on the show to find love, that they probably wouldn't be promiscuous. Like, I'm not going to come all the way on the show just to find somebody just so I can cheat on him. So when he's saying this, oh, I don't want somebody to be promiscuous twice, to me, now that was a red flag. Now, another thing, when you were saying about his career, him wanting somebody with a career, that's not bad either. But I've listened to the show a couple of times, and how you said that was a new one. Yeah, it obviously in 2024, most women have careers. So him stating that he wants somebody with a career, to me, just his energy was like, I need somebody that I could fall back on in case times get rough. That's just all I heard.
Right.
That's how I heard it.
That's what I thought was sus.
Right.
You got 100K in the bank, but you need someone to have a career. Sus. That
Right.
you can pull out and you can talk as a talking point. That's sus. But it's like, I want people to stop. I want men specifically to stop using this. I don't want a woman who's promiscuous. Who are you dating?
Right.
Like, who are you dating that you can't say, hey, I want to be in a relationship with you, and she's still gonna be promiscuous? What's going on? Like, who are y'all choosing? It sounds like a personal problem. Um, I think the reality is that these are like non-committal dudes, and they're like, but I just don't want her to be promiscuous. I know I'm gonna be promiscuous. I know I'm gonna be dating others, maybe sleeping with other people, but I don't want her sleeping with nobody. It's a red flag. It just didn't. When you come on a dating show, listen, I'm gonna be judgmental. You come on a dating show, glistening. He's baby oil down, and you're wearing a shirt that's like extra medium, and he just looked like a red flag to me. All the stuff he wanted, there's nothing that's wrong with what he said. It's just I think some of my notes, I gotta go back to my notes. I was like, I just don't think this dude qualifies for the shit he's asking. Just like a lot of these red pillars, they're like, I want someone who's I don't want someone who's promiscuous. I want a stay-at-home wife. I make 40 grand. I make 40 to 60 grand. It's like, sir, you can't afford that. You cannot afford all these things. Like, I remember a little segue, and I'm gonna bring it back to this. I was looking at something on Twitter, and there was this like white girl being interviewed by like we all know him. I think it's called the Inconvenient Truth. He's the stupid ass dude who shows up outside of parties where drunk people are, and he starts asking relationship questions like,
Oh, I
well,
know who you're talking
yeah.
about. Okay.
So
Okay. Yeah.
he was interviewing a woman, a white girl with a kid, and she was like, he was like, how much can you afford? How much does a man need to make to be able to take care of you and a kid? And she was like, just $1,000 a month. And everybody, and the guy, and I was liking this dude's post, like, that was in the chat. He was like, that after taxes, like, where are you living? And someone was like, they're living in a trailer park, or they're living on government assistance. And that's the thing and the original post was like a dude saying, we need more women like her. And I'm like, no, like, that's the problem I have with these red pillars, is they're trying to lower the median standard income. They want to like live in trailer parks. They want to live like in their cars. They want to live in substandard conditions just so they can preserve their little stupid ass traditional household setup. And it's so fucking pathetic. But I want to go back. Sorry, I derailed the point. But it's like, this dude, I want to bring it back to the balloon guy, because I know you did a lot of deep dives on him. Like, he wants to claim. So I want you to answer a question, because I was watching the videos. He said on the panel that he doesn't have any kids. Is that true? Because I don't think it is.
No, it's not true. He has a son. He's signed the birth certificate. He has pictures with his son. He just hasn't seen him because the mother of his child sued him for child support, and he's been evading it. So he has been running state to state. I also think that's why he can't produce what job that he had. Is probably because he was getting paid under the table.
Mm,
So uh and he was probably purposely getting paid under the table so his income wouldn't be deducted by the child support. But he is
mm,
a child. I think the child is maybe like 6 or 7 years old.
yeah.
A little boy
Wow.
with his same name.
Wow.
Yeah, so he lied. It's so funny how he can ask for on the show somebody not who's not promiscuous while he's sitting up there being dishonest about him having a child. And supposedly I guess in his mind, once he walked off with the girl, they were gonna ride off into the sunset and bliss. But you already came onto the show lying, saying that you didn't have any children.
Right.
So yes, he does have a child. I'm very surprised, and not that we knew everything about him uh at that instance, but I'm just very surprised at the support that this guy got from strangers. And I do understand that a lot of his GoFundMe donations were given to him just because it's classic red pill stuff. He blamed black women, which he
Mm,
went on another platform and said that he made that up. I just don't get it. Like he made everything up, and I hope that these men see how. To me, I just feel like this is the end of red pill. You can never ever say to women again, "Oh, you should have chose better," or "Oh, you didn't see the red flags," after y'all sent this man almost $15,000. There's no reason, and Dennis Sperling was a big part of that. He directed his audience to go send him donations. And literally the only reason Dennis Sperling did that is because he said black women got him fired.
mm.
Right. And the red pill guys don't use any logic. 500 women got him fired. Okay, maybe the first day you believed it, maybe the second day. But after like the third or fourth day on social media, uh it would have been outed. More people would have been talking about it. More people would have been like, uh call his job and get him fired. It wouldn't have been like such a mystery to figure out where he worked at. And just the more the lies came when he was on MTR, you would have thought it was like so many people were mad at MTR. And I'm not no advocate for MTR. I'm not saying that at
He's a
all.
piece of shit.
Yeah, he is. But in that moment, I just was like, what did he do wrong? He didn't do anything wrong. MTR Bet had told him that he was wrong, knowing that the FBI is watching him. But so many men that follow MTR, just men, period, they're like, oh, MTR, is a traitor and he is simp and all this and this and that. And I'm just gonna tell you, all right, I'm gonna have to pull back from this type of content just because seeing this, I have to understand that between him and the pamper guy, right?
Yep.
When the pamper guy was out, you seen men actively pull back and say, no, 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 no. I don't want to be a part of this.
Who
Even,
said that?
huh?
Red pillars pullback?
Yeah, red
Wow.
pillars, a lot of manosphere men were in the comments like, is this what we look like?
Wow.
Yeah. That's what y'all look like. Y'all all look like Brandon Jamal, just reckless, irrational, emotional. They all, and I think that was good for them to see that
Mm.
and to recognize that, like, yo, this is what I look like. Yeah, that's what y'all look like when y'all in the chat, when y'all in the panels. We don't know. I'm starting to think that they didn't understand that that's how they look. I think it took Brandon Jamal to go on Fresh and Fit unhinged, calling these girls out their names, and it took for him to go on Satan Center and cry. I think that I think that did it for a lot of men. Not to
Mm.
say men can't cry, but crying on a platform for something as simple as somebody talking over you. I think a lot of men seen that and was like, I'm not supporting this no more. Like, I just can't. So with this person, I don't see as many men saying that now, but I do see a lot of men saying like, gosh, this guy, like I supported him and he ain't shit.
Mm.
And I think a lot of men are just seeing what the red pill mindset has done to them. And when you can see a reflection of it, I feel like the men that are have common sense, they are pulling away. But the men who know all this information now, that
Mm.
are still backing him, that are still trying to blame these women, that are still saying, oh, these women are saying this for clout,
Yeah.
these men are lost. They may have mental disabilities.
Yeah.
They may just be a little bit slow. I don't think there's no hope for a certain group of these men. I think that they just might not have a maturity level to sit there and understand this, or they are the same men that he is. And I'm going to include Dennis Sperling in this
Yeah.
because he's still advocating for this man, right? And not even so much advocating for him, he's more so advocating to take the people down who have made videos about him or that have found out information about him. He's threatening to get throw lawsuits on people. He even said something to me in the comments.
Shit.
uh I said, ain't nobody scared of you. You can make a video about what you want. Like, what are you talking about? The video not about you. So what you talking about? Like, he's sitting up there talking about suing everybody. Yo, there's a certain point where you gotta throw in the towel. The boy's not shit, right? And everybody see that. But you still have certain men. If you go in his comment section on his YouTube video, there's still certain men. I mean, and women too. There's
Yeah.
still women in his comment section offering to send him money. I can't believe it. I'm like, are they unaware of the whole story? Are they unaware of all the receipts? The girl name is the Queen of Accountability. That she found out all this stuff. I mean, she might as well have her own talk show. The way that
Mm.
she found all these receipts on him. So in Queen of Accountability, as I looked at her platform, she's usually I mean, if you could go all down her platform, all she talk about is black women, black women, black women, black women, black women. This
Uh,
is the one time out of all the stuff that I've seen that she's talking about a black man, and her audience is just, which is predominantly men, since she's been talking about black women, her audience that are predominantly men are dissing her.
I wanna I wanna address this point. Like, this is like a topic, a thing to kind of fixate on because, like, so, in air quotes, this dude lost his job post the pop the balloon panel. I would not put my money that he got fired because of women, that people called his job. I want your take. I don't know if he had. I think he might have lost his job partially because of majority because of his felon situation and maybe the embarrassment, the social. Buck Travers, you're not getting on this panel right now. This is going to be Femi leading this, so you can drop. But I think this dude. I don't know if this dude even lost a job. And if he did, I don't think it's because women called in, because I think that's the easy play. That's the easy red pill shit. That's the easy. I hate to say it, but that's the easy GoFundMe, um, sympathy card to play. Buck, before you go, Femi, Buck, I'm not adding to this panel. I'm letting Femi talk, so you can drop, bro. I'm gonna drop you right now. Uh, Go ahead, Femi.
Okay, so I just do not think that he had a job. Like, I just don't
Right?
think that he had a job. I think that I think that he's a criminal. I think that he constructed in his mind, maybe him and a friend said, hey, if you tell these people that black women got you fired,
Mm.
you will have the supported people. I think that throughout the past couple, maybe 2 years, I think that we see the support that men, yeah, let's not even say in the past 2 years. Let's just say that he can see the support that Brandon Jamal got from
Right.
talking about women, and it kind of, you know, catapulted him. I mean, he's not very far, but I mean, he did get social media famous. So I think even him seeing that, knowing that, hey, if I tell him that these women got me fired, um, that I'll make some money. I mean, me looking at videos, uh, of Pop the Balloon, and when men are reviewing them, men demonize these women, even these women on this particular show, which I, just myself, did not find these women to be rude, nasty, have an attitude. I didn't find that. That girl in the white dress definitely didn't have no attitude. That kind of like hipster girl in the black outfit, the first one who popped the balloon, she did not have no attitude. Now the girl, none of them had an attitude until it came to the girl in the blue dress, and she didn't even really have an attitude. She's actually been on the shows before, and she doesn't come off like that. A lot of these things that these men and these manosphere men and these red pill don't men don't understand. When a girl has an attitude, she's usually feeding off your energy. I'm not saying there's not no nasty women out here. That's not what I'm saying. But 9 times out of 10, a girl's reacting to your energy,
Yeah.
right? And she said it herself, like, for some reason she was like, she was feeling them, but she said, I don't like the way you talk to those other women. And and something that my father always taught me, and I think it's pretty common. Watch how the men that you're dating treat other people, because he's gonna pretend to treat you good. But if you see how he treats other people, that's just showing his character. The girl that he really liked in a pink dress,
Mm-hmm.
how she popped the balloon and said, "Oh, it's because I got hairy arms." She
That was,
can see, well, you telling this girl she got hairy arms, so I'm gonna just pop my balloon because I see what type of person you are. You seem a little bit petty, and I got hairy arms too. So let me just pop my balloon on you. She seen how he treated those other women. So you still there?
yeah, I'm there. Somebody
Uh,
was trying to join the panel that was impersonating me. I think I didn't add him.
oh, I was really confused. I
Yeah, it
was
was like
like,
Chrissy Chris or something. I was like, do I need to ban this person?
wow, you got trolls
Listen,
making
we'll talk about it
accounting
later. But
you.
somebody catfished me on Instagram and then tried to impersonate me on Facebook. But we're good. Let me get. I want to say this because you talked about the hair on the arms. Like I was so appalled by how he was talking to these women, and it's like, listen, I'm not saying that you have to be a doormat. I'm not saying that you can't have an opinion in general in life, but like the way you're on a dating show, sir, like have some decorum, have some respect, and I was just appalled that any of these women were keeping the balloons. As he was just berating, maybe berating might not be the word, but like just disrespecting and belittling these women. Um, and he kept going back to like you don't qualify. And he called out one woman, and just talked about the hair on her arms. It was disgusting and uncomfortable to watch. Um, it's just, and like I said, like any guy, a lot of these guys. This is what I want to say. The segue before I give it back to you. This is what kind of gets me upset about the red pills. I talked about in the previous panel that these guys like to hide. They're essentially, I hate people that hide behind a shield, and the manosphere is just a shield, and they want to act like they're the every man who's hiding, who's just disenfranchised. We're the forgotten man, and it's like, no, you got people like this piece of shit, Aaron Sloan, who is the Pop the Balloon dude, who is, who's dissing women and just belittling them on this panel. He's no better in real life. And you got other dudes who are just misogynistic. You got guys who just have poor taste in women. You guys who are just not doing the personal work. So they're not looking at themselves and saying, what work do I need to do? Why can't I get the woman that I want? Why can't I even just get a decent woman? They're not looking at that. And it's just like I said, like the woman who ended up taking him or just going with him, she was kind of iffy on it anyway. She was like, listen, I know this dude's fucked up, but I'm here to save his soul. I was like, I would not want anybody talking about me like that. Like it, like they're gonna go with me, but they have reservations up front. That's kind of wild. But it's just this dude was arrogant. Isn't even the word. It's disrespectful. Isn't even the word. And that's why I think the red pill, like when you made that statement about how a lot of some of these red pill men are kind of taking a step back now that they're kind of seeing their reflection. We didn't even know if this was going to possibly happen, but maybe it's happening. It's just that a lot of these dudes, I'll call it line the planes, it's like a lot of these dudes have some personal problems. They could be like Floyd, they could have mental health issues, no offense. They could be like Austin Hallman, they could be grifters, they could be just neo-Nazi dudes. They could be tiki torture dudes. They could be a lot of these dudes who have an Uno card that's just going to get them disqualified, get them canceled. They're not going to disclose this. Just like this this plumber dude, he didn't disclose on the panel that he's a felon. I'm not saying he has to, but I'm saying this dude wants to cry "woe is me," and he doesn't let you know that he's got battery charges, or he's got allegedly, or he's got these other type of charges that might make it hard for him to find a decent woman or keep a decent job. I'll give it back to you. Sorry.
Oh, I want to read the comment you got put on the screen. He said, I used to be on that real pill shit when I was 18 until I realized most of these guys are losers and I chose not to be like them. I want to know how Gen Z, what made him come to the realization that they were losers.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing I want to know. But I want to salute to him that he did use his own brain to think, because I think a lot of these men are not using their own brain. I think they're using everybody else's brain. And he said when he was 18, so he was really, really young. And I'm glad that he's not, because there are men that are 50 years old and they live by this red pill content, which is pretty destructive.
Yeah.
I hope he said I only ever view the red pill Manosphere stuff as entertainment. Especially, I mean, I'm glad that he only labeled it as entertainment, because a lot of people breathe this stuff. When I'm on TikTok and when I'm on Instagram, I see a lot of men and they're grown. I love it on Instagram because I can actually click on their profiles and look into their lives and see what type of men that they are. And I usually run into older men on here. Um, and see what type of men these are. But a lot of these men are being controlled by still the Kevin Samuels talking points, MTR's talking points, all these other people. To me, they're Kevin Samuels talking points, and I do understand that Kevin Samuels got his talking points from a guy named Tom Lightis and Tommy Sotomayor, but they're living by these things that all women are evil, and it's not going to ever get them anywhere. That red pill SBE stuff does not work in real life. Now, I will tell you this, and I know that you might hear me say this a lot. I don't think that the plumber guy even likes women. If I
Oh,
go if I go look in that show, and it comes up on my TikTok, a lot of those men that be on that show, I do not think that they actually like women.
wow.
I don't. Now, when he was talking down to those girls, when it came out that all his exes were Latina, and it was just like, this dude don't like black women anyway. You don't like black women anyway. So sometimes I feel, and I understand that this is what the show is not what the show is for, but what it has become. And the host of the show, I don't know. She doesn't do any type of intervention. She just lets people talk. It seemed like a lot of these men come on the show just to humiliate women, which this is what they got from Kevin.
Yeah.
This is what they got from him, sitting there trying to humiliate and humble women. And I think, I was listening to some guy. He said it's SBE or red pill porn to hear other men talk down to women. They get a thrill out of that. It's really awkward to me, but I don't think that he liked any of those women. Even that girl in a white dress, when he said, "No, I would never talk to you." if I seen you walking down the street and then you see, and no disrespect to the woman that he was with, but then you see the Latina girl who started talking about him, all those girls on that show look 10 times better than that woman. And it was just like, yeah, you really just wanted to put down black women. But if you, and I might be going too far, but if you listen to how that he was treating those women, them women, I don't think that he likes women. And
Mm.
you were talking about the button down shirt. This is just another theory that we have. Like, men like that keep their shirts buttoned all the way down like that. You not advertising for us. You advertising for another man. We want somebody that's, that there's a time in the, no, I don't think, there's no time that I want a guy that I'm with wearing a shirt unbuttoned to his belly button. There's just not no time for that as grown people. Me, I the only guys that really do that are men that are advertising for other men. Then find out that he's been in jail for 5 years. I don't know, but I just don't think he had any intentions of coming to that show treating a black woman with any respect. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not 100%. Someone was saying this. I think it was Sexy Red TV. She was echoing that same point, saying a lot of these dudes just don't like women. I'm not 100% on that tip yet, but I'm on that. Not pause. Let me say that again. I'm not 100% on that theory yet, but where I'm at with it is I think red pill is poisoning men's minds. Where you have like a legion of men, and they existed before red pill, that don't respect women, but they're attracted to women, and they want women in their lives for some type of like physical or some type of superficial reason. So it's like, and like I said, the sexy red TVs, they'll just jump to the conclusion and just say, I don't think they're attracted to women. They might be, maybe they're just attracted to men. Maybe they're going both ways. I I just gotta see. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Um,
You
yeah,
won't know that, but there's a certain energy that we get from men that we can
yeah,
tell that they not into women.
yeah, yeah. And y'all probably have that intuition that's stronger than ours. I'm just saying, like, what I said on the last panel is I think that there's a lot of men, a lot of people in general. This is not just men. A lot of people don't have their mind is not as strong as they think it is. Like I was talking about how, um, I could go listen to the Hot Girl record, and I'm just going to listen to it for entertainment purposes only, and I'm going to, just listen to it on the ride home, put it on repeat, maybe watch the music video when I get home, turn it off, and I'm going to go back to regular life. And some people are just going to be like, shoot, the way they talking in this video, I want a hot girl, and I want a woman to act like a hot girl. And it's like, a lot of people have really weak minds. They're able to be brainwashed very easily. I'm not one of those people. You're not going to brainwash me. My friends said, Chris, you might be one of the most stubborn people ever. Because I'm like, they would try to give me advice, and I'm like, no, no, no. I will defend it. I mean, I will play contrarian against it. I'll listen, but I'm not gonna take it and run with it. And I think that's the difference between maybe me and these Manosphere dudes. Like they will listen to something from Kevin Samuels and be like, no, this is the Bible. This is the gospel. Like, I'm a high value man. It's like, how? Because even by his standards, like y'all don't meet that. Y'all don't make 100 grand. Y'all don't have friends who do that too. Just by his stupid ass rule of what the high value man is. These dudes aren't high value, but it's just like a lot of people have weak minds, and the red pill is kind of pumping them up, in my opinion, to feel like they're more important than what they actually are. I don't think that I don't think of myself as any better than anybody, but the red pill makes these dudes feel like they're better than somebody.
And I don't believe no man that say he make $100,000 on the internet. Men, number one, even when I watched that Pop the Balloon show, and some of them women ask the men how much they make, people that make that type of money, they really not talking about it because it's really not nothing to them. Like, they've been holding a good job for a long time. Men that I know that make a lot of money, you never hear them talk about their money. Men that I know that make money would have never told no woman, I could pull $100,000 out the bank. Can you? I don't know any
That's
man with
great.
money that would actually ever say anything like that. That, to me, that is broke talk. No man, no. And I think that these with these red pill people that watch this content, and since it's so prevalent, they're having a hard time figuring out what masculinity is and what
Wait,
a real man is.
wait,
They're
who
having
is?
a hard time.
Who is?
Men, just
Oh yeah,
these red pill manosphere incel men, they're having a hard time
yeah.
because either they don't have fathers in their lives because they're so mad at their moms. You can tell a lot of them didn't have fathers or male figures in their life, or the male figures that they had, they weren't doing the right thing. And even a lot of these men, they're like, yeah, he took up for himself. And I'm like, do y'all understand what taking up for oneself means? The girls didn't say anything bad about them. He said, even the girl what he said with the hairy arms thing, she was kind of like flirting with him, but he couldn't, since he don't like women, and especially since he don't like black women, he took her as she was saying something smart. She was like, are you looking at my tattoos? My eyes is up here. He could have been like, yeah, baby, I'm looking at all of you, the tattoos and
Right.
everything. He could have been like that. That would have probably turned the girl on. But he don't like women, right? So he decided to make this remark about her. Men don't do that. Even if you watch the show and you see other men, there's I sent my friend a video this morning. It was a man, his voice was very high pitched, and a lot of girls popped the balloon on him because his voice was high pitched. He didn't get an attitude. He was just like, I respect that, I respect that. I think he probably understands about himself. That's probably an issue that he's had in life, and a lot of women aren't going to like that. But he didn't get disrespectful with these women because they didn't like his voice. There's men that go on that. I mean, men that go on that show. If a girl's a little bit heavier or she's not dressed right, well, I just don't like the way she was dressed, and I don't like the way she's wearing her hair. We are allowed to have those, did not like something about somebody. I think those shows are foolish anyway. But you're allowed to go on a show and not like something about somebody. But what a man does versus what he did, a lot of guys couldn't understand. Like, that's not a man. That's an immature uh abusive person. And abusive doesn't always mean physically abusive, but turns out that he is physically abusive. If somebody can verbally abuse somebody like that over something so little on a platform like that, these is why the other girls will pop the balloon, because even if it was serious and these girls were actually thinking about dating him, nobody's going to want to date nobody like that. And I hope that these guys that are watching this content realize this. You will never get a woman with this attitude.
Right.
Now, that woman that walked off with him at first, I felt like she had a low self-esteem for walking off with him. But listening to other commentary people were just like, no, she heard him say that he had $100,000 and she wanted to piece of that $100,000. Even so, that was toxic for her to walk off with him. But come to find out, that didn't even last the day because he was being possessive over her today. This red pill content will get y'all nowhere in real life. It will never get you a woman. It will never get you a date. And I don't mean to sound like this. If you want a woman, you're going to have to conform to a woman, especially in this day and age where women don't really need men. They don't really need men nowadays. Women can vote, they can have jobs. A lot of women are entrepreneurs. It's not back in the day where a woman needed a man to have a roof over her head and to feed her. If you want a woman, you're going to have to conform to that woman. There's nothing that you're going to say to a woman to force a woman, unless she has like a really, really low self-esteem. And I'm sure that you don't want a woman like that.
Well, I don't know if she had low. That's my take. Is I don't think she had low self esteem. I think she was. And there's this a YouTube account called the I want to give it quoted. It was called the Bohemian Gal, and she quoted Damian Marley, a song from Damian Marley, saying, "If you use cheddar as the bait, you're going to recruit the rat." And this dude. So, I think that I don't think she was low self esteem. I think she was like, this dude's a clown. Maybe I can get some money out of him. Maybe I could get some clout out of him. Um, that was my take. I don't think that anybody was taking him seriously on the panel. Everybody was laughing at him. Everybody thought he was a clown. But I think that if she would have stayed, I might have agreed with that. Like she has low self esteem, but I don't think she. My take was I don't think she had low self esteem.
At first I did, but then, listening to other men, they were like, nah, she was going with him to get some of that money. That's
Yep.
all she wanted. Because there was no way possible that she watched him talk to all those women like that and was like, yeah, I'll take him. Like, there's no way in her mind that any woman would have thought that. Like, he didn't, you was arguing. Once a guy's arguing back and forth with a woman, I automatically put him in a certain category. Because what I was taught growing up, men do not argue with women. You can have a disagreement with a woman, but everything that I learned about a man growing up, or me, dealing with men don't argue with women like catty. They're going to say what they got to say. You say what you got to say. Men don't even like to argue. Men don't is not going to sit up there and argue back and forth with no woman. So when he's doing that in front of a camera, and this is going to be seen by millions of people, bro, wouldn't nobody want to be with nobody like that?
I mean, quick segue. I hate to do this. It just jumped in my head. I hope I don't destroy the combo. But yeah, I mean, I would say to me, I don't like to angrily argue with women. I do like to debate, friendly, not like to just belittle people. So people who I think I said on a previous panel, like if a woman can beat me in an argument, I love that. Like I love a nice little conversation. And if I reach a point where I'm like, she's already got me checkmated and she's just letting me talk, I do love a conversation because I like to hear, like a lot of dudes, they will in the ones who want submissive wives, like they basically want women who don't really hold an opinion. And I'm like, I just think that's such a waste. Like there are some women out here who are smarter than you. They could be 10 times smarter than you. They can out hustle you. And for you to just be like, nah, I gotta be the final say so. I don't want her to say nothing. I just gotta lead. It's like, where the fuck did this crap come from? Where it put this battery in men's backs to feel like they have to be the only dude. They have to be the only person to ever have a thought, to ever have a contribution. The woman can't contribute shit. She can't contribute a thought. She can't contribute an opinion. It's just the dude. So I don't know. I find intelligence to be extremely attractive in women, not just on paper. I want their opinions too. Um, if they're legit, if they're better at logistics than me, I want them running the logistics, not me. Um, so it's just like I think it's coming from like insecurity. Um, that's just my piece about it.
Insecurity, and this is what their leaders have told them, that they are the prize. They don't want a woman that makes more money than them. They don't want a woman. Hey, when I used to live in Atlanta, I used to I would be dating, and this guy told me, nobody's ever going to want to be with you because you're too smart.
Mm.
I remember this clear. I remember this clear as day. He was like, nobody wants a woman that's smart. And I used to be like, needless to say, like our relationship didn't advance to anything. But I remember him saying that, and he was like, "Don't no man wants a woman that can outsmart them, can outthink them." And I'm not gonna say he was completely correct, but maybe dating in Atlanta, I did find that men didn't like it that I was intelligent, either as intelligent as them or a little bit more intelligent than them. They don't like that. It kind of like, takes a hit on their ego. But like you said, there are men that love that. They like a girl that's smart, that could, that we can have a conversation. Now, a conversation back and forth is not the same thing as arguing back and forth. When I say arguing, I mean like, with the insults, like
Yeah.
real men don't do that. They're not gonna be like, oh, you and your big ass head, real men is not gonna do that. They'll if there's a discussion that need to be had, like you and Knack Neezy, is that how you say it? Mr. Knack? He don't argue with women. I'm not gonna hear him, you know what I'm saying? But there's certain guys that, I have been on their panels, and he'll start screaming at me. Once you start screaming at me as a man, number one, I know you got some emotional issues because you don't even know me. I'm just an avatar on a panel. That's number one. Number two, I know that you don't have no respect for women, and then you don't have you can't keep a sense of cool. So even with Aaron doing that on the show, and like I said, it's so crazy because who would have thought that we would have ever even known any of this guy's business? But when the women, when the first couple of days it happened, and even me doing commentary on it, people under my comments, oh, you don't know him, and da da da. What is so strange about uh, this section of the internet is you tell women you don't see the red flags. Oh, you don't know when a guy, oh no, you knew who he was before you got with him. And then when we're recognizing these men, oh, you don't know nothing about him. Which one is it? Do you want us to see the red flags, or you want us to play dumb to the red flags, or are you playing dumb to the red flags? Because you can't tell us for 2 years talking to women, oh, y'all women better choose better. Oh, you don't see the red flags. And then when somebody pops the balloon when he walks in the door, oh, why's she doing it? Oh, here's my theory. She felt his energy when he walked into that girl felt that man's energy when he walked in the door. Pop. She was like, oh no. Then the other one pop. Oh no.
He looks
But
like a
we
fucking
we
clown.
all felt his energy as women.
He
we
looks
we
like a fucking
felt his
clown.
energy. We could tell that he was not first of all, that hey queen. First of all, don't need nobody even say, if you ain't Dr. Umar, don't call me queen. If you is not Dr. Umar, don't call me queen. If you is not Dr. Umar, do not call me queen. Because it's really that hope, that what they used to call it, a faux tap. You don't really mean that. That's like a slick, snarky way of being passive aggressive. Okay, queen. It's really sassy. Number two, the way he was saying it. Uh, you,
I want to address this. Okay.
huh?
I said the zero tolerance posted something. I want to address this.
Yeah.
Women can't choose better because they don't know the true nature of a man. This is facts. There's a lot of reasons. I think one, as we've spoken about Atlanta, like one of the reasons why it's easy to date as a dude in Atlanta is because like the pool of men are trash. Like they're lazy. If they're not trash, they're at least lazy. So it's like it's hard to choose better when the average is lazy, and the average is probably not even relationship seeking. What else? But yeah, and like this, the true nature of a man. It's like I try to tell people all the time. It's like you can only do so much vetting, and people can't switch up on you. So I find it funny, Femi, when it's like the women do choose better, and when I hate to bring her up, what was her name? The one who wouldn't date a bus driver. What's her name?
Uh, I know the news anchor lady.
Yeah, I gotta remember.
Ebony Williams.
Yeah, Ebony K. Williams. I didn't see a problem with that because I'm like, they should be able to have whatever standards they want, because no one's gonna critique the guy when he's like, nah, I'm gonna, because we do it all the time with these passport bros. It's like, dude, why are you leaving the whole fucking country, the whole fucking continent, when there's plenty of women here? It's because it's because I can get a 10 over there. I can't get the 10 over here. Okay, but there's plenty of women for you to get. It's just that you're trying to get something that you really don't qualify for. I'm trying to figure out why I was saying that, but it's just like a lot of people, they don't really know what is their tribe. They don't really know the people who find them attractive. I think that we spoke about that on the previous panel. It's like I think that's one of the biggest parts of this is one, the red pill is telling you, no, you deserve to have a smoke show. You should be competing for the smoke show, all y'all. And I think that's stupid. And there a lot of these red pillar dudes, we need to start to do the analysis on it. They're being led by evolutionary psychologists. So they're looking at people like Jordan Peterson, they're looking at other stupid ass people, and they're saying, well, look, I see a study that says men biologically want 25-year-old women because they're the most fertile. And it's like, come on, man. Right. It's not that. I mean, it's not that. 90% of y'all don't want fucking kids.
Right.
But it's just like these dudes, a lot of their dating woes is they don't really know who finds them attractive. Listen, all these dudes who are traveling overseas, I won't say all, but the majority of these dudes who are traveling overseas, there is a subset of women who will love you over here. You can have a girlfriend, you can have a wife, but so that for the ones, and that's speaking to the ones who are traveling to actually find a wife, which I think is 90% bullshit. I don't think that, maybe 95. I don't think these dudes are looking for wives at all. Like I said that on one of the first panels on Pat Zed's channel. I said, if you see a dude saying I'm struggling to find a wife, he's sus. It ain't hard to find a dude to find a wife. It's not, unless he's got some type of disability going on. It's not hard. But I think I derailed the topic. I want to go back to this. I want you to give your opinion on this, why the women can't choose better.
Oh, I feel like women are choosing better nowadays because of the constant berating of telling us we can't choose better, or why haven't we? Do I agree with this statement that we don't know the true nature of men? I will. I would say more so younger women, uh, and especially before this content. Yes, it was. And I'm glad that he said that because a lot of men won't admit to that. I'll just speak for myself as when I used to date. When I'm dating guys, or when women are dating guys, a guy is not. Now I'm talking about pre-internet, pre-Kevin Samuels. I'm talking about pre this time. Usually, men are not gonna. When you going on a date with a guy, he's going to be on his best behavior. A guy's going to be on their best behavior for, I can tell you, for the longest, a good year. A guy can hide his true nature for a good year before things start coming out about him. And then once those things do start coming out about him, you're kind of attached to him. Even when you're listening to the stories of the women that were dating Aaron, some of them are only dating them for a month, but it's men kind of know that women are more emotional. When a man is telling you you're beautiful, you smell good, I want to spend the rest of my life with you, when most men aren't saying that stuff, it's very easily to get attached to a man. Now I'm saying this again, pre-internet, all this. Now that women know about narcissists, we know about abusive behavior patterns, we see the red flags, and we know about this content. I think that it's not 100%, but I think that women are able to vet men a tiny bit better, because that this red pill content have kind of let these men uh be more who they are, and wear this stuff on their true nature on their sleeves a little bit more, to where if you're intuitive, you should be able to tell, yo, this man is not gonna be a good person, maybe after the first couple of dates. So is it still hard to vet men? Yes, especially if a person is not on the internet and they're not into this content, to be able to differentiate the types of men that are out there. I think that it's getting better, but it's still. I'm not dating anymore, so I can't say how. And I'm pretty intuitive person. I can pretty much tell if a guy is an asshole or not. But I see that a lot of women, especially younger women, they're not in their 20s. And that's why men like women in their 20s. It doesn't have anything to do with, oh, they're more fertile. Young women ain't having babies like that. Like you said, men don't want babies like that. They want them because their brains haven't had a lot of the experience to be able to tell, uh, a man, a good person from a bad person. They don't understand the intentions of somebody when they're talking to them. So I say yes and no. I would say more yes, early on before the internet. I think women did have a very hard time. And that's why I hate when they be like, oh, this single mom song, oh, you let her hit it raw and you didn't have second thoughts. No. Why are we pretending that men aren't pretending to be something that they're not? Why are we pretending? A lot of men were trapping women with babies. I know men that have trapped women with babies and acted like they were all in love with these women until they had a baby. And then when they got pregnant, they left them, but they always knew that they can go back to these women. And I feel like this single mother stuff is very disingenuous when men, like he said, men know. If we don't know the nature of men, men know. So why are y'all talking about single moms like y'all don't know what men do to women? You get what I'm saying? But I do think that we're learning. I think that we're learning, and I think that a lot of us that are older, that we can choose better. I think we can. You're not gonna get picked at all. If we see a red flag, you're not gonna get picked at all. If we don't give, and this is, because we not even gonna give nobody no chance. And now you hear the men saying that, oh, these women don't even give men a chance. Wow, you taught us to see the red flags. We see them now. There's no point in giving nobody like that a chance. It's not.
Right. Um, yeah, and I love that black women are not buckling and lowering the standards, because I've said on previous many panels, like, I think this is a war against low effort men and women who are high effort or have raised their standards. Like, men are, they're trying to almost look at it like almost like an inflation, and saying like, well, times are tough, so y'all should just come down with us because times are tough. And it's like, no, like, so part of these times are tough is self-inflicted. You guys are low effort men, and you guys were always low effort men. So low effort is going to put you in a position where you have to nag people like, come on, please stay in this trailer park. Come on, please, like, let's just go, for a coffee date. Come on, like, can you go 50-50 on this shit? Like, you could easily, you could easily just kind of, date on your level. And it doesn't mean you have to like spend a ton of money. But like these dudes, it's just super weird. It's like I think they know they don't qualify for what they want. So like they're picky in a sense where it's like they know they probably know what they qualify for. They might, or they refuse to acknowledge it. They strive for something they know they can't qualify for. Hence the, hey, I want a traditional household. Bitch, do you make 130? Oh, I didn't think so. Shut the fuck up. But the Manosphere doesn't impart math. It only imparts math if it says, hey, this is a formula that shows that the woman is most fertile. This is a formula that shows the women's sexual marketplace score. They don't have math that's going to tell the men's marketplace score, or, hey, you just don't make enough money to be having these talking points, or you don't have enough money to be talking about this stuff, or, hey, one of the biggest ones, listen, you guys aren't high value men. Why the fuck are you talking about high value men and what they want? That's not your
Right. I never
that's not your
understood
life, man.
that.
It really ain't your life. So it's like, I understand that they want women to meet them where they're at, and there are women that will do that. But the problem that's kind of fucking men up is they're turning dating into like a pissing contest. There are women that will love them where they're at. But when you have the red pill shitting on single moms, shitting on women with weaves, shitting on women who have degrees, shitting on women with this, shitting on women with that, then you can't. If you're a man with a weak mind, which is the majority of them, in my opinion, because as BA would say, and I'm going to call you out, BA. You said, and I'm going to paraphrase because you didn't say it verbatim. I think this is exactly what you said. You said men who are 30 and 40 plus, even in their 20s too, they're looking for brownie points in dating. And I'm assuming that you mean they're looking for brownie points in their social circles of men to say, yo, dude, you got you one right there. You got the baddest right there. I'm gonna try to get someone better than you. If you're living like that, you're setting yourself up for fucking failure, because you're not gonna be able to appreciate the woman as she ages. You're not gonna be able to appreciate the woman for what she brings to the table versus the other women that have something else that they bring to the table. You're not gonna really be able to appreciate true love, because the people like the red pill and those social circles, it's just a pissing contest. Pissing contest doesn't say, yo, I got the woman who loves me the most. That's not what they're looking for. They're looking for visual aesthetics, trendy aesthetics, trendy things, superficial things. And it's like, that's why I think these men can't win, is because like they're trying to compete with the Joneses in terms of women and their money and their lifestyle. And you can't win like that. You can't.
That's so funny that you say that, because I was listening to Ty City last night, and the men were having a discussion, and they said the same. The guy said, if you are still looking for a woman according to what your homeboys will approve, he was like, you a sad man. Because no, he said you should have left that stuff in your 20s. He was like, you should be out of that by now in your 30s and 40s, because guess what, you could find the baddest woman in the world, and your homeboys could be envious of your girl, but that don't mean that girl going to treat you right. That don't mean that she's going to love you or any of that. And to women, you don't want women that are promiscuous, but women like that know men are only around for what they look like, and they're going to have somebody else, because as soon as that type of woman is out of style, you kicking her to the curb. Like you just said, they're not going to appreciate the woman as she ages. She's going to kick her to the curb. He's going to kick her to the curb when she gets a little wrinkle or gains some weight. Somebody asked, what do low effort women deserve? And here is my thing. Who This is something, a phrase that Kevin Samuel started. Oh, what you deserve. Nobody can tell nobody who they deserve, right? Nobody can tell anybody that. First of all, we should I've never looked at, when I was dating, so I've dated all types of men, from different income brackets to different education levels. When I was dating, and like I said, this is pre Kevin Samuels, and I wish everybody can go back to dating before then. I never was with a guy and said, do I deserve this guy? No. You went out on dates, you met somebody at the club or you met somebody at the store. Oh, I like him. He likes me. We're gonna talk on the phone. We're gonna see if we have a conversation to see if we cool. We're gonna go out. It was never none of this like, oh, she don't deserve me. Da da da. Y'all have to get rid of that way of thinking. Period. You should be meeting people because you are vibing together, because you got the same energy, because you like the same types of things. That is lost, and that's why these guys are losing, because nobody's. I was about to cuss because I was getting too turned up. Nobody's teaching these men.
Go ahead and curse.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
You know what? I heard you that day when you were like, when uh the
Don't ever
American guy,
change.
he was like, yeah, she need to stop cussing, and you was like, I love it.
Don't ever change.
Thank you. Right. And it's like, they're not teaching these fucking men out here. Hey, yo, you need to find a woman that's going to like you for your vibe, for your personality. You like anime? Does she like that you like anime? May Who cares if your homeboy's not going to like her? So, and I'm not saying that these men are out here dating a lot of women, but if you are dating women, you're gonna miss out on a girl that likes anime and likes to draw and likes to go to the Comic-Con, because she's a 4 or 5, and your homeboys want to approve of her.
She might be bad as fuck
That's
going to
what you're gonna
Comic Con
do,
too.
huh?
She might be bad as fuck going to Comic Con.
Right, right. But since your homeboys is not gonna like her, and they'll come tell you, well, you don't, you don't. Well, no, well, I'm gonna say what he said. She don't qualify for you, homie. Look at her, like, oh, she got stretch marks. Oh, she got this. Oh, she wearing weaves. And men will do this. They will diss the girl that they like because of their homeboys. That girl might have connected with your soul. You gonna leave that alone because of your homeboys won't approve of her? That's insane. No, y'all need to teach these men. And here's something, and I always talk to my guy about this. Another thing that these men are not teaching these guys: men need women. And even in my own relationship, and I'm with him, and he's not that type of guy at all, but even when I'm with him and we're doing certain things and certain activities and I'm helping him out with certain things, I'd be like, yeah, men need women. And they don't express this enough. Even with simple things, open up. My guy, he likes to paint, right? And he paints. And like sometimes I look at his paintings and I could be like, you know what, you should add a little bit of blue right there. You should add a little bit of red right there. And he'll be like, oh, okay. It might be something as simple as that, or I don't want to go in too deep, but like there are just certain things that men need women for. And these content creators are just teaching these men, oh, women aren't nothing, they don't add nothing, da, 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 da. They're all gonna be. Some dude said, I made a post about it. Oh, if a woman got a good career, she has an attitude problem. Who's telling y'all this stuff? Who are y'all listening to? So now, if a woman got a good career, y'all are leading each other to be lonely, to be single. That y'all gonna die alone in a Airbnb, like Kevin Samuels did, with nobody to love him, but get a little bit of time from a pro, because y'all are not teaching each other. Yo, women add value to your life. A woman's companionship adds value to your life. Quit teaching teaching men. the first thing you need to do is disrespect the woman. That man up there, and let's just say he didn't have this criminal past and he was just rude. He probably could have had his pickings with those women. But his red pill attitude, his Kevin Samuels attitude, got him. The video that I said, Kevin Samuels got this man fired. That was before I put two and two together that he didn't have a job. This content is not getting them anywhere. Women and men need each other, but men, to me, men need women more. We just bring, softness to their life. We bring creativity to their life. We help them with their ego. We sit there and rub their shoulders. You're not going to get any of that spitting this red pill content out. I might seem like I'm rough when I come on these panels, but I give my man everything. He got cooked food when he come home. The house is clean when he come home. I rub his shoulders. I scratch his back. I do all that for him. Y'all, men is never going to have that with this content talking to women like that. Y'all will never have that. And these men aren't teaching you about this because, number one, either they don't like women. I don't believe Kevin Samuels like women. I'm just going to tell you that. I don't believe half these men like women. So this is why they can teach you to hate women, even if you really don't. They're teaching you this because they don't like women. And what is your other option? What is your other option if you're not dating a woman? You can be alone. You can be alone. But you can also advocate for men who want to be with men. And that's what I truly believe that some of these men that are teaching men this want. Some of them, I think they're just doing it for money. I
Oh,
think
absolutely.
MTR does this for money. I think he knows this is what brings the big bucks in. But people like Myron, people like Kevin Samuels, I truly believe that they do not like women. And these men, or even the pamper boy, even the dude that sing the single mom song, I don't believe that he likes women either.
Mm.
And they're leading these men into lonely, lonely lives. These men are going to be very, 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 very lonely, and they're going to be sexually frustrated. Y'all will continue to be sexually frustrated. And not to say that they should be using women for sex, but if you want to meet a good woman, I mean, that's a perk of having a girl or having a wife, that you get to have sex with them. You'll be sexually frustrated for the rest of your life because these men have made you hate women. And when you meet a woman, you can't even interact with her. Some guy did a poll and he was like, do you walk up to women and talk to them? And the poll, that like 78% of the poll said that they are scared to walk up to women and talk to them, which is really, I'm not a guy. I don't
I feel
understand how
kind
you
of
can
seen
be,
right now. Sorry.
huh?
So I was making a little joke. I was like, I kind of feel seen here. I mean, I said, I don't know if you listened to the previous panel. I was telling like Uncle Rico, I'm like, I'm not saying I couldn't develop it. I could definitely develop it because I have the gift of gab, but like, I don't take the approach of like approaching women in public. I think because I could develop the skill. I do it online because it's a lot of the same skills that you have to do to approach a woman online. I mean, in person, it translates to online too. It's just a different medium to do it. And listen, that in Uncle Rico, you need to listen to the previous panel. He was leading the charge saying how necessary it is for men to just speak about, talk to women in public, approach women in public. That's how you kind of like figure things out, blah, blah, blah. And listen, there's two sides of the coin. You can do it online, you can do it in person. Sorry, I just wanted to do a shameless plug. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I like I said, I came from a time before this internet, and men just was not scared. Men, you be walking down the street, hey, shawty, you be walking there, hey, big booty, come over here.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never lived in no time where men was scared to talk to women. I can't even believe that. But,
But
huh?
well, I'll say this, but I want you to I'm rocking with that. I think the problem is a lot of these dudes who are hurting and they're I want to say two things. A lot of these dudes who are hurting, they suck online and they suck in real life. That's the problem. Because like if you suck in person but you're killing it online, like I kill it online. I'm not over here crying. But if you suck on both, I get it. If you're not a person who is a good company in general, I get it. I can't say those things. So it's like the last thing I want to say is like I think as a man, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. And the same thing can be said for a woman. You're doing yourself a disservice if you're trying to follow a playbook of dating, because everybody has different skill sets. Some people have different facial, aesthetics. Some people have different physical body aesthetics. Some people have different personalities. But if you're going to let Red Pill tell you this is how you should treat women. This is how you should approach women. This is how you should deal with women. That sounds so fucking stupid. And you're selling yourself short because all the things that are genuine about you now get washed because you're following this dumbass ideology that that's going to protect you. It's going to protect you from all the great things that you could possibly experience in life. It's going to protect you from the woman in front of you that could have loved you and been a great friend to you, had a great relationship, just even some great, even if it's not forever, it could just be someone who should have come in your life, helped enhance it in some type of way as a friend, as a short-term, long-term relationship. They can't even appreciate this because they're so fucking scared of, oh my God, I got to think about the divorce courts. I got to think about the child support courts.
Right, right.
How she's using me for foodies. I got to be thinking about how she's fucking Chad.
Yeah. You're so right, because I was watching like a Kendra G thing, and she had the thing where like these two people got married from like, this guy seen this girl. It was actually a black girl, and a white guy seen her and he married her, and all the comments were, oh, she's gonna take you for all your money in 2 years. Oh, she's gonna be cheating on you. Y'all will never find love with this mindset. Y'all will keep attracting those type of people with that mindset, and that's what these men are teaching each other. They're just anybody that's in a relationship, oh, y'all not gonna be together long. Anybody that finds somebody, oh, you a simp because you got a girlfriend. I just don't know what the end goal is. But I think that's another thing. I don't, obviously I'm a woman, so I'm not deep into the red pill content, but I think that they should teach men. You know what Tad City said all the time. Why are y'all scared to talk to women? He's like, they not creatures, they're human beings. Just walk up to them and say hi. That's all you have to do, is walk up to them and say hi. But I think another thing that these men aren't teaching each other, which I think is wild that you even have to teach this, is how to deal with rejection. How to do. I didn't think it was hard to deal with rejection when you're dating. I think that it's common sense to know everybody's not going to like you. I thought that was common
I
sense.
mean,
But
it still hurts a little bit. Like I grew up in the clubs in high school, senior year, junior year. I used to go to the club every fucking weekend, maybe a little bit sophomore year. So you would deal with rejection a little bit, and I think a lot of guys will know this when you try to go get a dance, and you get rejected. You might get rejected. You don't. You might get rejected. You might get the dance. You never know. So you do have to deal with some rejection. I'm not. I go back to it. It's like these dudes who are a lot of these dudes who are red pills. I think they suck online and real life. So like they probably don't have any experience. Like I can say, even though I don't use my main way of reaching out to women is offline, it's online for me. I still do have a history of, I used to go all the time to clubs, and you'd have to, if you wanted to dance, you had to approach them. You had to approach them. What else? Social organizations. Like I think I got from one of your videos, and I stood up like kind of like just a little test for these incels. It's like, if they want to claim they can't find a wife or a girlfriend in the States, what social organizations are you going to? Are you going to Bumble in real life? They could be living in Atlanta, for crying out loud, talking about, I can't find a girlfriend, I can't find a wife. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, these women out here are single as fuck. And it's not that they don't want to be in relationships. It's just like a lot of these dudes don't want to be in relationships. They're fearful, or they're not relationship seeking. And it's like, of all people, the funny thing about the manosphere is like they all want to cry and say like they're living the same experience. If you're black, 60% of women are single. You can find, so anybody who's black cannot say the same things as the people from other races or situations. Black has a whole different situation going on, and it's not that we can't find wives. That is the biggest bullshit. It's never been true in the history of mankind. It just hasn't. Yes, said 60%.
Because I wanted, I'm almost sure you know that I am someone who believes, calling up someone who identifies as a straight, calling them gay is homophobic.
Yeah.
But I am somehow like right now, I'm starting to believe that, because I heard Femi saying that, a lot of these passport bros might be gay. And I am starting to believe that. And like looking at their interaction with women, they are so uncomfortable, and the way they talk about their relationship with women, it doesn't sound, I mean, it doesn't sound so straight.
Yeah. It's hard, said. Like, I hear that from y'all. I hear that from Sexy Red. I hear that from Femi, you, others. And I think where I'm at with it is like, if we could get rid of all the red pill noise, I could probably see it clear. I don't have the instinct that a woman has, but I'm like, I can't understand. I can't figure out how many of these men are just mindless drones being programmed by into NPCs by this red pill crap, and how many of them are just really just buying their fear. They're curious. I mean, buying. They're confused and or not confused. They're, I don't know the word. They're just, because I don't. Let's talk about that. If they truly are gay or they are bi, why can't they live out loud? Why can't they live their truth?
I think it's the same thing as, even the same thing like having people. I feel like if you don't live in a city like Atlanta where being like that is acceptable, I think if men are living in other cities, I think it might be just a little bit hard for them. I don't know why, because it's 2024, but I still think that it probably brings shame to them for being like that.
Mm.
And I think that they just take it out on hating women because women are who they want to be. A lot of these men, to me, like even when I look at Satan Center, he seems like he wants to be a woman to me. uh I think that there are just certain men that they might not know how to deal with it, so this is the way that they deal with it. But if they truly be who they are, first of all, they won't be talking about women all the time. They won't. They'll be living their life the way that they want to be. uh then they will be happier. They won't be so angry. I know a dude that was on a DL, and that's how I can see that in some of these men, because he was very, 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 very angry.
Mm.
And he lived in Atlanta, and he couldn't be who he was in Atlanta because of his family. Once he moved out of Atlanta and he moved to like Las Vegas, his demeanor changed. Like he was more happy that he could be himself out there because nobody knew him out there. So he can just be himself without nobody shaming him. Not his mother, not his father, not his sister, none of his co-workers. He moved all the way across the country to live in his truth. Maybe he was still embarrassed about it. Being in Atlanta, I don't understand how you could be embarrassed about it, but uh it took him to move away from everybody he knew to be able to live the way he really wanted to live. So maybe there's just still a stigma on it that they can't do it, or also maybe they don't want to come to terms with it. Maybe they're confused. You know what I'm saying? And they're trying to fight it. And they're fighting it by, I gotta be with the baddest bitch that's out there. But don't matter how bad the bitch is, if you don't like pussy, you don't like pussy. You gotta stop ruining women's lives because you don't like it. Hearing about that Aaron choke up that girl like that, that's when I knew he don't like no woman. He with a non-black woman and you still choke this girl up like that. You don't like women. Just go be with who you want to be with so you could be happy. That's the type of anger. If you watch my video, I said DL men, not gay men, because people think, oh, you're homophobic. No, I don't talk about gay men. I talk about DL men. DL men are dangerous. Gay men aren't. I'm not. Gay men aren't dangerous because most gay men that I know, they're happy. Like I know gay men that are openly gay and they're happy. They're happy. They're living their everyday lives. They're free. It's the DL men that are dangerous. And even if you watch these other channels, I think there's a channel that's dedicated to, you know, men that were DL that didn't murder their wives when they found out, or their girlfriends when they found out. These are the most dangerous men because they're emotionally unstable, because they're fighting with something inside and they're so angry and they take it out on everybody else. You can't sit up there and tell me Kevin Samuels wasn't like that when he just would outburst in anger at these women. There was no need for that. These guys that follow him, to me, they are the same. What you need to talk to a woman like that for? There's plenty of men on this platform that talk to women. Chris, I'm gonna play a clip on my channel about this other guy, and you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see the sassiness in him, but you'll see the way that he's talking to women, because
Okay.
they just don't have no respect for women, because some of them feel like they were born in the wrong body. And
Right.
there are some men that I'm learning from this stuff that they're jealous of women because women can get perks from having boobs and ass, or being beautiful. Those men too, I have to question them. How are you jealous of a woman that she can go to a bar with no money and guys will buy her drinks? Do you want the guy to buy you drinks?
Okay, let's
I'm
talk about that. Let's talk about that.
okay.
Like, I mean, so that's one of the, before you play the clip, and I want to learn how you do it, because I don't know how to do this up on YouTube, rookie. But it's like, I think that this whole red pill stuff is like men trying to stand up a hot boy summer, and they'll quote stuff saying, "Well, look at how many hits these women get on dating sites." I'm like, they're women. They're gonna have things that we don't have, and listen, we have things that they don't have. It's a whole lot easier for us to date than them. I mean, it is like, and for different perspectives. If we're trying to find a wife, it's easier for us, as long as we're well-adjusted, good people, than a well-adjusted, good woman, in my opinion. But a woman's gonna be able to get more hits on a dating site. A woman's gonna get more numbers. A woman's gonna be able to get more opportunities and easier opportunities to be intimate versus a guy. So it's not, and those things will never become the same or equal for everybody, for men and women alike. It'll never be equal. So I think it's weak-minded for guys to look at the perks that women get, and not look at the things that they have it harder with. They have a whole, like, you got to have the whole conversation, guys, if you want to talk about, well, they get in the clubs for free, or they get this, or they get that, it's easy for them to get sex. Well, then let's have the whole conversation, and let's talk about how, even in a professional sense, it might be harder for them to sometimes, it might be hard. It's harder for them to climb the ladder at certain companies because of sexism. It's harder for them they might not be able to get the same respect as a male manager or a male person in leadership or something like that. It's a whole lot harder for them to get married. And so the guys who want to act like, oh, it's easier for women to get married than men, it's bullshit. It's not true. And you're talking about like the most desirable women of all time. Yes, those women are outliers, but the average woman, no, they cannot get married, in my opinion, at the same clip as an average dude. It's just, it's not. So they're crying. Listen, I agree with what you're saying. I think I said it on a previous panel, Femi. These dudes are jealous of what women have. They just really are. I've never been jealous. If they want to if they get in the line, okay, so what? So what? Like, that's just their life. Like, I'm happy. The difference, I think, Femi, is I love my life. So I'm not jealous of anybody else's life. The dude who's on the Atlanta Hawks, I'm not jealous of his life. But some dudes are jealous of the lives of other people and women. I'm not jealous of a woman's life. I would not trade my life for a woman, no offense, because it's hard. It's a harder life. Let's address that. It's a harder life.
I think they think it's easy because they're looking at, like you said, oh, they get in the club for free. Life is a lot more than getting in a club on the weekends for free. And women get stuff for free too. It attracts men. When the club is, I do remember, I went to Magic City one time, and I think the women were like $25 and the men were $50, and the men was mad about that. Well, no, the club they want women in the club because it's going to attract more men to the club. It's simple
Yeah.
marketing. Like, it's not nothing about them being a woman. They know that men don't want a sausage party when they come to the club. They want women. So a lot of times ladies get in for free because men know a lot of women are going to be there. It's the OnlyFans thing. Men are mad at women because they're making bukus of money on OnlyFans.
Just,
Well,
I hate to interrupt you, but the dudes, Femi, the dudes who are mad at OnlyFans, are they mad at strip clubs? I thought about that today. I don't think they are.
oh, I'm not sure. I haven't heard them talk
They don't want to
about.
shut down. They don't want to shut down strip clubs. They don't. They just want to shut down OnlyFans.
So they just want to shut down the OnlyFans because the women are making money. All women aren't making money. I can't get on OnlyFans and make that amount of money. So I'm not mad at those girls for doing that. Hey, shoot, if I was in my 20s, I might have had an OnlyFans goddamn too. If I could make me $100,000 a year. I mean, you can't be mad at that when you guys aren't marrying women. You're not marrying women. You're telling them to lower their standards. Well, she don't have to lower her standards. She can go on OnlyFans and make the amount of money that she told you needed to have. So I just think a lot of men in this content make these men worry about this stuff because, as I said, men in my actual life that make money or that are secure with themselves, they're not worried about such things. It is so crazy to me that these men have so many followers, because I'm like, this is what men are doing all day. You sit there and you try to devalue women, but this is all you talk about all day. And for the men that talk about it on a platform, you making money from talking about women. I heard somebody say, I think it was Tampa Supreme, and he was talking about, and I say this too, women, stop going on these dating shows. Stop going on any of these platforms, Fresh and Fit and all that, because these guys would not be making this money if these women did not come up here. These men are here is just like the Fresh and Fit. They're not coming to look at Fresh and Fit. They're coming to look at those women's bodies when they come on the show because they're dressing skimpy. You know what I'm saying? And men get jealous of those women all the time, but yet they're the object of your desire. I think it's just like really weird and twisted. And like you said, they're being brainwashed to this content to where they don't even. One day I was talking to Jalen. I don't know if you know Jalen, but I'm asking Jalen specific questions, and he cannot answer me without saying something that Kevin Samuel said. And I would keep asking him, no, tell me what you think about it.
Facts.
Can you tell me what you think about it? Don't tell me what Kevin Samuels thought. And there are men out there like that just got brainwashed. I got this other guy in my comment section that's talking to me about overweight women, and he can't say anything else to me but what Kevin Samuel said. Kevin Samuels said this. Y'all, Kevin Samuels was a waiter. Or do we remember that? He was a waiter. Like, he's not this uh guy just working at a university or anything. He was waiting tables, and y'all took everything that this man said to heart. When, and not even Kevin Samuels, a lot of these men, they're not what they're telling you to do for the past couple years. MTR said he hasn't had a relationship in 20 years. So y'all listening to a man about women that ain't had no woman in 20 years? What are y'all doing? If y'all really want women, this is not the content to be listening to. There are preachers on YouTube. There are other men on YouTube that be teaching men how to. And like I said, I didn't know that it was so hard to get. I be talking to my man, and I be like, Dad, was it this hard for you today? He say no. He don't even be knowing what these men be talking about. He has no idea. He talks to me about his past relationships. He was always had a woman. He's never had no trouble. He said maybe when he was like in high school, but that don't count to me. Like, we in high school, we kids. But as he became an adult, no, he had no problem meeting women, dating women. I don't understand why these guys are having such a hard time. I just don't
It's the
get it.
pissing contest, in my opinion. Like, guys, you can have it so much easier if you tune out the noise of the other dudes. If you tune out the noise of male culture telling you what you need to be going after. There ain't gonna be any dude telling me I need to be going after a 25-year-old smoke show if it didn't come from my own brain. But these other dudes, they want to be led by, like, you'll hear it from Flint. Well, we grew up being told that we should be trying to we want to emulate what the NBA players are doing and the women that they're getting. I'm like, that was never a thought to me. Like,
Wow.
that was never a thought to me. I love that for them, that they're living a different life than me, but I don't want that. That's not my life. I'm not going to try to aspire to that. I'm going to live within my purview. I don't want to be disrespectful. I wanted to like rock out with me and Femi talking. And we might go back to that, but we'll try to introduce some other people to this panel. But I really want this to be me, Femi, and Nakmeezy. But we'll try this. If it gets out of hand, I'm gonna let people off the stage respectfully. But welcome to the panel.
Welcome to the panel.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Well, I just wanted to say firstly, shout out to you because I know your position is not the easiest. Speaking up about these topics and all that, and men are very sensitive when it comes to bringing light to certain things. But I don't know if we can find a solution to the problem because it's more. I think the problem more so is like men versus women. Like I
It's,
feel like it's always been men versus women, and it's like, can we ever change that? I'm not sure. So
I want to piggyback that. I don't really agree that it's men versus women. I don't really agree that it's gender wars. I think it's men bitching and complaining and it's women responding. That's the gender war. It's not that women are creating the equal amount of content saying, yo, fuck dudes. They're not doing
okay,
that. There is no woman pill. There's not any of that shit. It's dudes. And like the solution is that the women are kind of giving you the solution. They're saying like, hey, unfortunately, we got to kind of raise our standards. For some of them are just like, hey, we just want you to be well adjusted. We want you to be non-misogynistic. We want you to actually be relationship seeking. We want you to actually be what you say you are. Blah 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 blah. But if you listen, like I said earlier, if you're a guy, and I'm not saying you, that listens to the Kevin Samuels, if you listen to the Red Pill and say, when someone described it on Sexy Red's panel about what the Red Pill is, and someone said, I wanted to look up a definition. It was like, learning that the life that you know is a lie. I was like, that's a fucking cult. How do y'all not see that? but they can't. They're like, yo, I'm learning something new that nobody ever told me, that I'm learning something new, this niche knowledge. Y'all ain't on this shit, but y'all need to get on it. That's a cult.
yeah. Yeah, I feel like they try to. I feel like a lot of these guys are trying to, brainwash the youth into believing, that you got to be this or that type of way. And but in all fairness, it is hard to navigate the dating market right now. I mean, everybody's sort of like confused.
Tell me about that then. Where are you at if you feel comfortable sharing?
Oh,
Just
okay. I'll
say
give you. Okay, yeah, I'll give you an example. For example, like I noticed that I mean, I'm sure this has always been, but I noticed that, women now are actually like kind of like trying to monetize the dates and stuff and kind of trying to like monetize their interactions with guys to the point where it's like, if you want to even like just see if she like you, you got to cash app her at this point. It's like,
wow.
it's hard to really, this is not all situations, but it seemed like if she do give you some time or some play, that it come with like some strings attached where eventually you're gonna have to start either like taking care of her kid or taking care of her in some way, and but she's not willing to actually like hold you down in the same regard. Like she's got like a bunch of dudes on her phone, backup guys left and right. You know what I'm saying? Not saying this is every woman, but this is like what a lot of guys are talking about when they say that they're dealing with these situations.
Okay, can I
Yeah,
say something real
yeah.
quick? Y'all, y'all, y'all have to understand the environment that y'all created. So as women, and we hear the things that y'all say, just like Chris had stated previously, that men are appreciate women. We as women, we understand from listening to y'all talk, y'all only want us for one thing. So now that these girls have been watching this for years, they we how Zero said we don't know the nature of men. Well, we're learning, right? We're learning. We hear everything that y'all say about us. So some girls took that mindset and say, I'm gonna get whatever I want to get from him, because we already know that he just want to sleep with me. We already know when the next big booty come around, he's gonna diss
True.
us for the next big booty. Y'all have
This is true.
created this culture of women that are like this. Women haven't always been like this, but guess what? We have learned, they've adapted to the men that are around.
I can agree with that. I could definitely see some truth to that for sure. You know, um, it's just hard for both sides, I think personally, because like, how does one person who wants to do the right thing fights a whole like system that is like negative on
What do
both
you mean the
sides?
system? What do you mean by that?
Like, well, like like I said, like how the women were doing it, monetizing interactions and stuff, and how the guys she had said were just basically using women as like a vessel physically. So like it's just hard to figure out if you're somebody who doesn't want to be one of those two people, how to, I guess, navigate when the majority of everybody is just like looking for short-term gratification, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear you from the woman's argument. From the man's argument, I think it's not true. I drill in on, who we need to create a little series of videos called like, who the fuck are you dating? Because if you're dating women, I'm not saying that at no given point of knowing a woman will she ever be in financial distress. There are some people, men and women, who don't know how to manage money. Okay, but
Yeah.
if you're talking about, like you said, in the early goings, you're not even in a relationship, y'all are not going on like 3 dates, and she's asking for money. That's a red flag. And I think these men, like BA would say, and I'm gonna hate to call you out, BA. I think you're a good guy, but he goes over to Brazil because he's tired of the small talk. He wants to just get straight to the point. He wants to get straight to bed with these women. No, that's his speed. That's okay. But the guys over here in the States, in this kind of culture, they're kind of like Fearless, because Fearless is an ROI addict. He's like, how quick can I get these women in bed? So it's kind of like, it creates this like, I got to get you before you get me type of situation. You're entertaining. It's like two people entertain. They're both takers and they're entertaining each other. Who can take the most? Who can take
exactly?
And it's like
100%.
The problem is that you guys, it's that you're participating in this transaction. Stop being a taker. Start being a giver.
True. That's true.
Start looking for people who are going to reciprocate as a giver. Promise.
You're right. You're so right.
So I don't really agree with these men, the male perspective of it's just these dating woes, these women are just buck travelers. I really don't know. I'm gonna add you, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not like Zed. You can get removed from this this panel, and I know you've talked to Zed in the past, but I'll add you. I'll give it a chance. It's a Sunday, yeah. I mean, I just don't agree with the men's perspective. I go back to it being a pissing contest, because let's just break it down. There are some guys who they might not be able to afford a certain type of woman, and that's going to create frustration.
Exactly.
I've gone on dates. I'll be honest with this. If I haven't said it on a panel, I'll say it now. There are some women that I go on dates with, and if I hear that they're frequenting restaurants that are above my pay grade, and I'm impulsive, I can't afford that woman. I mean, we can go on dates. We can probably be friends, but it's gonna be as far as it goes, because I'm like, I know off rip I can't afford to be in that woman's life if she's like, STK is just basic for me. I'm like, oh boy, I can't go. You're, as my grandma would say, you're too rich for my blood. But
but for sure.
I think dudes, this pissing contest is taking them away from the women that would really love them and that they really qualify for. Because men, they want to talk about hypergamy, but they're hypergamous in the sense that they don't want to date the women who are in their, as I said on previous panels, they got 40 bodies, but they don't want to marry the woman with 40 bodies. Why not? What's wrong with her? What's wrong? What's wrong with her at all?
I hear that.
Huh?
I mean, I would say personally, coming from me, I would say, you shouldn't judge somebody based on like if they have 40 bodies or whatever. Like, if they've changed or they love you and they're not willing to do it no more, then great. Like, that's my personal opinion. I know
they won't date a woman who's got a nursing degree or makes a lot of money or makes just more than them. They can't date if they're not if they're not being treated as like the head honcho, the male patriarchal figure. And I think those men in this climate, they're struggling. The guys who are patriarchy has in a chokehold, they're struggling. They're coming out like Trump, angry Trump supporters. They would literally storm a Capitol if Kevin Samuels was alive and told them to do it. Because they're so frustrated and so forlorn about, man, we can't have it We want to make dating great again. We want to make wives great again. We want to make girlfriends great again. We want to make women great again. It's like, no, like you guys need to get with the times and understand like the women are still great. They never haven't been. Now there is a subclass of women who they want to focus on and they want to say, yo, sexy red, sexy red. Sexy red is she is the cream of the crop for the male sexy reds. If you're not a male sexy red, you don't need to be concerned with sexy red at all. You don't need to be sleeping with her. You don't need to be taking her on dates. I mean, anything like that. But I think that's the problem is like a lot of these dudes, like Fearless, they're so concerned about why are you sleeping with Pookie? Pookie, you'll sleep with Pookie immediately, but you're gonna make a good guy wait.
But see, that's what I mean, bro. There's some logic to that statement, is there not?
Yeah, like, there is logic. What do we call you? The real what?
You can just whatever. The real mulatto, whatever.
Okay, the real mulatto. There is truth to that. You know what the truth is? Those dudes who are talking like that, they're fucking Pookies, or they want to be Pookies. They want to at least have a Pookie temporary pass. They don't want to acknowledge that they are Pookies, but they want to be a Pookie to a certain woman. They want to be treated like a Pookie.
See, I just want to interject and say this. First of all, Chris, thanks for having me on, brother. As always, I always respect you. I don't have no problems with you. I just on a dating climate, I just want to say this, man. Cost of living went up. I think somebody got a background noise. Can you?
My bad, Brody. My bad, Brody. My bad.
Can you mute yourself?
We'll do.
Thanks, bro. So the dating. So what happened is, cost of living went up, and as cost of living went up, a lot of modern women standards also went up. So now it's like they're demanding more from men, and I don't blame them one bit. I do not blame them one bit. So if a girl says, "Hey, I want a guy who makes over 150K a year," I don't have problem with it because the cost of living went up, and guys got to get their bread up. No girl wants to date a broke dude with no money and all that. It's like it wouldn't even make sense.
All right, can I say one? My bad.
Let me finish my point. But
of course,
guys need to realize, man, like there's a concept called romance. Attract females with your romance in game. Do not attract them with money and all that, because females actually will give you the benefit of the doubt to prove yourself. See, that's why a lot of people don't understand in this red pill, black pill, etc., passport bro community. They don't realize that you can. I've seen average guys who are dating lawyers, female lawyers.
Absolutely,
that was me.
Average guys, I'm talking about.
That's still me.
And I'm like, guys, let me just say this, man. In the gym, just a few weeks ago, I saw this dude doesn't have he only has one eye. Had a fine looking chick with him, bro. It just goes to show you. Some guys will say, "Oh, you gotta make money. You gotta make the top dollar to get that fine chick and all that." I disagree.
Right.
I disagree,
you gotta
bro.
use that personality. Use romance. Bring something other to the table. Like I said, females would actually give you the benefit of the doubt to prove yourself. Be funny. Have a personality. Have something going for you.
Facts.
I agree, but I think you can have all that, but still, like the societal pressure of them wanting the high lifestyle is gonna eventually, no matter how intelligent, how handsome yo, bro, I'm handsome, I'm smart, I'm talented, but yo, at the end of the day, like they want more. They want that basically, $1 million lifestyle. Even though I could provide the laughter, entertainment, I got some bread, I work 7 days a week, that's still not enough because they want a dude that's gonna give them all their money. I had an ex just leave me recently. Well, we kind of broke up together, we both decided, but like she's with some dude right now. She's still hitting me up, but he's giving her everything and he's kind of like a corn. Like, I'm gonna be real.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real. And she's still hitting me up. And she's posting him all over her TikTok, and he's like low key, like I'm just like, okay, but like you still hitting me up, And if he's giving you everything you want, why are you still hitting me up?
The better question is, why aren't you moving on that? If she's still hitting you up and she's a good woman, then why haven't you wifed her up if you're looking for a good woman?
Well, I mean, I thought she was a good woman until, I needed her to, help me with some responsibilities. And I realized she kind of wanted the easier lifestyle.
So then at that point, why don't you move on and then be a bigger man?
Yeah, I'm good. I moved on. She still hit me up, though. I'm just saying.
She can't hit you up if you just say, man, quit hitting me up. You can put a blocker on your phone and don't receive no calls. Sometimes we just got to, be the bigger person. Kind of like you hear about all these passport bros always saying how when they go out of the country, they're getting drugged, all that stuff. I've traveled 24 countries, 27 states. I haven't ran into any of that. But at the same point in time, I'm not out chasing poontang pie at night. So that's why I'm not getting it. So in other words, when you're doing bad, you get bad, if that makes any sense. So I kind of try to remove all that stuff away from me. So I'm not saying that what you're saying is a lie. I'm just saying you could easily move yourself out of that situation and set a precedent for yourself to say, I ain't accepting anything less than what I'm owed, and keep moving. You know what I'm saying? Talk to your homeboys about that. Have a beer and talk about that, and keep it moving.
Nah, I hear you. I respect all of y'all opinions for sure.
Yeah, I just want to say, man, like, brother, man, you got to keep looking, man. You can't be generalizing females like that. You can't be saying, oh, they want this $1 million lifestyle and all that. When I just actually provided examples of guys with nothing and guys who are one-eyed pulling baddies.
But bro, I
So
dig
so so
that.
you- so so you gotta look. Maybe you're not looking in the right spots.
But
Maybe
bro,
it's the because you gotta realize, like, I believe I was looking at a stat. 40% of people, when they meet their spouses or et cetera, they met through mutual friends. So maybe you gotta increase your circle,
well,
the people that
my problem
maybe you
is
gotta put
not.
yourself out there. Because
Well,
look, I find it hard. There's okay, so there's 340 million people in the states. Let's just say
uh-huh.
half of that are women. So what is that? 160 million people. 160 of that is women. So you're telling me you cannot find one chick who you connect with?
Talk that
Yeah,
talk.
but they not gonna be physically what I want them to be because it's like a catch 22. It's like
160
No, no,
million
no, no,
though.
no. Let's
Hold
drill
Wait,
in
wait,
this.
wait, wait. That's 160 million. That's
bro,
why
that
it's like
girl,
you gotta put it.
bro.
Listen, you gotta put it in practice, bro. You gotta
But
put
bro,
yourself out there.
if we really gonna talk like real stuff, that guy with the one eye that got the baddie, bro, he's giving his whole soul for her. Like, it's not just money. Yeah, you said, laughter, blah blah blah, treat her good, blah blah blah. But he's giving more than I'm willing to give. That dude gave up his whole soul for her. Because ain't no way she gonna be with him when she could be with somebody with two eyes. When you know what I'm saying? It's just not adding up.
No, it's that's your
No, it's his
mindset.
personality, bro. And look, man. And I observed this, and I was actually when I went at the gym. I observed, right, bro. She was literally into him, like hugging him, holding his hands in the gym. And mind you, let me just say the racial background of both. So the guy is actually from Sudan, and the chick is actually a white chick, a white American chick. And there
Well,
she's flirting around with him in the gym, grabbing his hand. Look at it, just and she's a baddie. I'm like, how? I'm thinking, how did it? Because it just goes to show you that, maybe this guy has personality. Maybe this
or,
guy has something earth, to the
So,
table he's
so
bringing.
this
or
is
maybe,
my
or maybe he got something you can't see physically though. You know what I'm saying? It could be that too. Let's be real.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I said. That's what I said. I had a partner who got shot, so we don't know if he had two eyes when she first met him. We don't know if she met him when
Yeah.
he was the star quarterback at his high school and he was going off to a big college, and maybe things got switched up because he got shot in the head and lost an eye or anything like that. So I think it's too
True.
hard to discuss someone who you don't personally know what their situation is. But one thing I will say, the real, I heard you say her size ain't right, but men's supposed to upgrade a woman. So I mean, if her size ain't right, why haven't you went out there and tried to exercise with her, do those type of things? Like, why does she have to be the picture perfect package that's already built? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of something that a lot of men like to say. Oh, they want the end results after the school or after I make it to the league. Well, shit, help her out. If the size ain't right, but everything else right, we men, ain't we?
Yo, yo,
That's true.
OB,
That's true. That's true.
OB. They say women in the Manosphere, they say that women they're just waiting at the finish line. But aren't dudes doing the same? They want them to have the body right now. They're
Right.
not. They want them to have
That's
the
true.
body right now. They want them to have the submissive stuff right now. They want them to be ready to.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
Exactly.
true.
And Chris, you know the crazy thing about that is Chris, an average looking dude, he wants a baddie.
exactly.
He wants that baddie, but he doesn't understand that that baddie has access to the lawyers, to the doctors, to the
True.
CEOs, top executives. Like she
True.
has so many options. So it's like, yeah, I mean, you got to provide something other to the table. If you're an average guy and you're competing against all those guys that she has on a rotation or in her DMs, you got to bring something else to the table than money. Something you got to some category. You got to be
Yeah,
good at something. A good personality, maybe be funny. You know, so I felt I you know I just cannot believe that guys are saying, "Oh, I can't find it. I can't find that one girl." You telling me out of 160 million women in the states, you can't find one decent one?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a sickness that, like you said, Buck. Guys on average they want the baddie. They don't want the average woman, regardless of whether they're average or sub-average. They want the baddie. And it's like that. That never stuck to me. I'm like, I can acknowledge the baddie, but the baddie doesn't mean that just because she's a baddie doesn't mean she's attracted to you. Doesn't mean she likes you. Um,
true. That's so true. That's so true.
well, it also, I guess it also depends on what we define as a baddie. Because to me, a baddie is different from what would what other guys would consider a baddie. You know,
Yeah,
okay, go for it.
that's true.
um, I just think that we have socioeconomic classes and leagues for a reason, and we have people trying to mix where they're not really supposed to, or they don't quite have something. It's kind of like dealing with broke people. As someone that has their own car, their own transportation, their own credit. The only thing I don't have is my own place yet. Um, but dealing with people that don't have those things, like their own car, their own credit, blah blah blah, bank account, it you start to like, it's like, damn, like, you know I don't know what I'm really trying to get at here, but I just think like a lot of these guys are really kind of swinging for the trees when they need to just dial it back and find what's in their league and whatnot.
Yeah. You know, and this is what I tell the passport bros, right? Because I'm also in that space. I tell guys, man, women all around the world are the same, man. You
Of
know,
course.
you can go to Mongolia, and you can go to Ethiopia, you can go to Saudi Arabia, you can go to Russia, you can go to Peru. It's like they all the same. They all operate the same. So it's like you have good women, you have bad women. You have decent women, you have women who are educated, uneducated. So they all come in, you know, different categories of different, different sizes, shapes, colors. So it's like I I fail to believe that, when passport bros say, "Oh, the women are more feminine overseas," yeah, they're more feminine because they put on an act for you.
I,
They're playing the
I,
long game on you.
but listen, I'm
It's
a
like a lot of
passport,
guys
bro.
don't understand. It's like, especially especially the women in the Philippines and Thailand. I don't know if you ever been there, Chris, but there's been stories where the chicks over there, they play the long game on these dudes. They first act up as feminine. They treat these dudes like king and all that. Next thing you know, they just drain like half of these guys' assets off the bank accounts. So it's like, You know, so it's like that's why I say it's like it's just women are the same like everywhere, which is why, like for example, me, I consider myself a traveler, man. I travel for the sake of traveling. You know, I enjoy traveling. I enjoy seeing places. You know, I'm not traveling for women. You know, I mean that's the icing on the cake. If anything, I want to get at those tourist girls. You know, so it's like I want to mac at those tourist girls. You know, so but the dating scene is like the thing is like you cannot complain about the dating scene in the states if you ain't even got your shit together.
Right.
You know, like
Well, I
and
think
self
yo, but
improve.
Well,
And
I
it's
think
like you
some.
can't be an
Go
average
ahead.
dude expecting a baddie when that baddie
Damn, I
is
can
like,
barely hear this.
you know, when that baddie is getting approached by, you know, all different types of dudes.
yeah, it's in my opinion, it's a sickness. I mean, I understand that guys want to get baddies. Listen, no shame in that. But for you to be fixated on the baddie, like these guys got to like really take an inventory and say how often are they getting baddies. I think a lot. I've talked about this men hiding behind the shield. They want to talk about can't find a wife, but dude, you're Mr. Pump and Dump. You're not a husband. You don't want to be a husband. You don't want to be a father. You don't want to be a husband. So like, we got a lot of people in this generation. I think they are either clout chasing or they are like they are they're like almost the support for the clout chase. They're trying to amplify messages and they're amplifying it for people who are fraudulent. They don't want to be fathers. Like the weird thing about the red pill is like you got so many dudes who are so fixated on men's rights, but they don't want to be husbands. They're so fixated on divorce court, but they don't want to be married. So fixated on child support court, but they don't want. They're scared to death of that being a father. It's just it's weird. So it's like we really just on a tangent. I really wish we had in real life what we have on Twitter/X where you could do a community note and actually like check if someone's fraudulent or not, because a lot of these people, like we said earlier on the panel, like they have really weak minds. And the dude, I'm gonna say this straight up, the men who are fixated on the baddie and nothing else, you have a weak mind, straight up. And that's why you're struggling.
And I want to interject and say something here. Um, you you know, a lot of these people, they just take whatever they see and hear at first glance, first sight, and run with it. If you really analyzed what Aaron was saying, um, you would know it didn't add up. Didn't quite make any sense. But people will take anything
Hey,
on
look,
here to
someone's got background. Is that you? Can you mute?
yeah, no, that's me. My
Okay, never mind
sister's
then.
playing something in the background, but
Okay.
um, yeah. So there's people that they'll take stuff and they'll run with it, and we see that all the time. And this was a perfect case of it. And I just want to say, like, a lot of people that come on these shows, they're not serious. I've seen the men, and I've seen the women, and a lot of them aren't serious. They have their own agendas. They had one guy, they had a woman that came on, and she was going up competing or looking for guys, and these guys pop their balloons. They're being very petty, popping their balloons, uh, not even giving her a chance, and it was just silly reasons. So I just think there's a lot of hurt people out there, a lot of people that listen to this content, and they just it's like a parrot. What does a parrot do when it hears you say something often? It starts to repeat it back.
I mean, for that pop the balloon guy. I mean, in terms of the topic I had, I think, man, to be honest, man, he reacted emotionally. It was an emotional outburst, man. He should have just take the L and move on, you know. And it's like, and I failed to believe that he got fired, you know, due to the show how he reacted individually to those women in the show. So I felt like he just had an emotional outburst, and you know, it's sad seeing that dude, man. It's like a lot of people on the red pill community, or you know, the black manosphere are saying, oh yeah, he stood his ground. Masculinity shows, masculinity wins. They're saying all that stuff. But then his ex girlfriend came out, his ex Mexican girl, uh, and she was just pointing out everything about him, like he was stalking her, like how he was putting a phone inside her car and leaving that recorded just to see if she wasn't cheating or anything. So this dude was kind of like insecure too,
No,
not
not
only.
even, not even kind of. He was very insecure. You can tell by the name of his Instagram page. You can tell
Yeah,
by the way he carried himself on the show. He was very insecure
yeah. So he
You
was
talk about
very insecure, harassing his ex, following her,
and abusive.
accusing her of cheating when she wasn't. You know, yeah, this dude is, yeah, and it was a bad look for him, man. Like he's all over social media right now, all over YouTube and all that, getting clowned on. People are just criticizing him. And it's like most people don't understand. It's like you have an image, a personal image, so anything negative can be used against you.
That's right. That's why if you go and like you try and look into a lot of these people who are like C in the C suite of these companies, they have a very clean profile. Oftentimes, you really can't find anything about them on these websites and social media. They don't have a profile, and I think that's a very important lesson for a lot of people to learn. And I hope Aaron learned that. Um, I just he was very insecure. You could see it on the show. No man is gonna go and brag about how much money he has, and no, that's something that I expect from someone that's like me, who's in their 20s or younger than that. But for 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 him to get up there and do that, it was just like why? It was well, we know why. It's insecurity. This is a man that he has some other type of internal issues,
right.
and you have people on here that will use this, uh, that will use him to further their agenda. I don't know if it's okay to name names of other channels.
Go for it.
Dennis Sperling. He's a prime example. This man is an attorney right here in my city in Houston.
Jeez.
Um, I've never heard of him prior to coming online, but he's an attorney, and he's begging for cash apps and donations and stuff. So it's like I can kind of agree with Femi and other women and men when they get up here and say like this got to be stopped. This man is an attorney, if you, I mean, granted he's a personal injury attorney, but he should still be making some good money. Why does he have to come on here and beg for cash apps and use people like Aaron to further his agenda of of against black American women or American women? It just goes back to his personal issues with his first wife. That's all this is. People just want you or other people to be put in the same position that they were put in, to suffer, to learn from that. But I was never like that, and there are other people out there that are not like that. We learn from other people's mistakes. That's how I've gotten through life. I've learned from other people's mistakes. I looked at other people as to what not to do. I didn't have to go through any of that. But I'm just kind of rambling now, so
No, I mean,
I'll give the floor
good
back to
point. Like
someone else.
everybody on this panel could have like 100,000 subs if we wanted to bitch up and be a red pill influencer. I mean, but you'd have to sell your soul. Like some men actually have pride, and I think people like what you're saying, like the Dennis Sperlings, like they have they have no soul, and they're trying to grift. It's sad as a lawyer that you're trying to grift. Lawyers make great money, but you have people of all walks of life. You have the Jordan Petersons, you have the Chris Williamsons, you have a lot of people, all these red pill and red pill adjacent. It's a grift to grift from men with very low levels of intelligence or brain power and self identity. if not those first two things. And it's sad. And we're seeing, and I guess, like I said, they want to stamp me as the male feminist. I'm going to say it right here, right now. Women have stronger minds than men, straight up, because they're not caught up in this bullshit. Men, if we just look at the manosphere, take a good look at it, where is the female manosphere? Where is it? It doesn't exist because women are focused more on their lives. They're focused more on what their individual opportunities are, and they've had it. Things have always been difficult for them in certain areas of life, and they're not what you think they are. They're not saying, oh, everybody's got to make six figures. Everybody's got to be 6 feet. That's what men are telling men. So it's like I said, I say it again. It's like men have very weak minds. They want to pull up all the evolutionary psychology they want to say that women are inferior. It's bullshit. We can look at it right today and we can say the ones who are floundering like little fishes out of water are men. Misogynistic, patriarchal men. They are almost they're like obsolete. I mean,
They are obsolete. This is, think about it. Women have the ability to make their own money, so money really isn't a factor. Maybe like if you get married, sure, but if you're just dating and stuff like that, money's not really a factor because most women can make their own money, especially if they're not broke. And if they are, then you need to stop dealing with these broke people and women. But you have. It's crazy. Like me, I've viewed a lot of this content since I was about maybe 13, 14. So I can tell you, like, I remember when Angry Man used to make videos in his car. I think it was that Charger. He used to have like a Dodge Charger that he would make videos in. um, and that's when he had the whole comic book graphics and layout on his channel. And that was back when he was still writing as a columnist for Paul Elam's A Voice for Men. So I know quite a bit of channels, and I've seen quite a bit of people come and go and remain on the scene. But it's like, for me, this has always kind of been entertainment. But some guys get caught up in this stuff, and they do take it to heart. Um, you just can't take it to heart. In fact, I kind of find it annoying nowadays, all of the content, because I can spot it. It's just a grift. It's just another grift that these guys are doing. Like you said, anyone can do it. You can get on and talk bad about women and how men need to do this and that, and you'll have subscribers. Like, there's channels popping up every day, every day.
yeah. OB, what do you think? We haven't heard much from you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything y'all are saying, man. I just think I don't know. I don't know why people feel the need to lie. Kind of like in this chat room with Will here, who I hear goes to Austin Holloman's page and talks noise saying he makes 6 figures. I'm like, well, where's the page, man? Like, you're at Austin page because he has the followers, and we go there, we want to communicate, like we're doing here. You should create a page, like, show that. I see Richard Fain on here, 60-year-old guy, went to school with Deion Sanders, played a few years in the NFL. He tells you he didn't make very much because it was back in the day when they first started. He only played like 2-3 years, but he played the long game. He showed his house. He didn't come on here and make up a lie like Fearless says he makes $250,000 off certifications, and I know for a fact he doesn't, and I know he lives in an apartment for a fact. But the guy had a $400,000 house. He showed himself renting it out like last year, and as he rented it out and the prices and the values of these houses went up, he was able to get his dream home for $1 million. When he had the $400,000 house, he showed the Ferrari in the garage. He showed the Porsche sitting right next to it, like things that are tangible, and it made sense. The average millionaire, if we all Google it, says they become a millionaire at 55. And when he was showing that, it was about that time, about that 55 age year range. So why guys feel the need to come on here and say they're all making $300,000 and $400,000 at 22 and 32 and 19 is beyond me. That's kind of like Austin Holloman. He was saying that, but recently, a week ago, I had shared it. I'll put it in this chat. They actually showed a young Mexican guy who's here in Dallas, and he cuts Dak's hair a whole bunch of other NFL players just by one NFL player spreading the word. And dude only has one barbershop here in Dallas. He said he had to take the barber exam 3 times just to pass it to even, become a barber. He barely graduated high school, has 2 kids, and now Dak flies him out to cut his hair. And, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, there's no point of lying about Austin. And this guy isn't even saying he makes 6-figure, but people are still congratulating him. His story made the news. Kind of like I had once told Austin, just being a barber, there's nothing wrong with that, especially starting it at like 22 years old. You know what I mean? It takes time. Barbers are a lot of people's therapists. This whole therapy stuff, that's all new, just to all communities, not just the Black community. And before that, the barbershop is where people went and talked to the older guys and relieved a little stress and that type of stuff. So I just feel like it's just a bunch of guys, man, who, like you've been saying, low self-esteem, don't want to man up, unreasonable expectations on what they're trying to chase, and just basically spreading lies.
My channel's not really popping because I don't really show women like that. Not yet, but I do what these passport bros do. I travel, and I get paid. I get paid to do it too, and I enjoy it. I'll be going. In fact, I'll be going. I'll be going to their hotspots. I'll be going to Asia pretty soon. But yeah, these guys they can do that. That's like an easy avenue.
What part of Asia are you going?
Singapore. I've got to catch a flight to Singapore, and then from Singapore, I think we're going to Guam to Korea, and then Korea to Philippines.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like Austin. I mean, granted, that's not as sexy as what Austin's channel presents. These guys, they want to see the girls, and that's really what it's all about.
The thing with Austin is like he's telling, guys to get your passport and get out of here, and go overseas, but he's not showing like, okay, if you go overseas, how you going to generate income? How's your retirement plan looking like in the future?
I love that you
It's
brought that up. That's what I brought up to BA last week on the panel. And like I said, I respect, he's honest, upfront about what he's doing. I said, I didn't know if he even thought about it. So I wanted to ask and put it on other people's mind. But that's one of those things, too, that these older guys don't tell these younger guys. You're over there just living, chasing women, but that's years of Social Security you're not going to get. The average American retirement will not be enough. The average American
exactly.
retirement and Social Security will not be enough. So to go chase women and lose 10 years of SSI that you could be having when you're 55 or 60 or whenever that body breaks down and doesn't want to go to work anymore, it's
Yeah.
just at a loss. And it's like, what, for a piece of tail? Even, as I talked to BA, I'd love for him to come on the panel, something, that I was thinking about and I was talking about. He says he stays in Brazil, but he's sweeping streets over there. And I'm like, I'm in Texas, man. There's neighborhoods that are low income where it's plenty of Latin women because, it is low income. Some of their parents are the first to come over here. You know what I mean? They'll dig at them and they don't have those crazy expectations. And you can work on a garbage truck and make $24, $25 an hour, and get $700 worth of rent and do that over here. That's better than being in the hot sun in Brazil to sweep a street,
Yeah.
And then he said he had his science degree, but he says he likes using his hands. Well, when you get tired, you got that degree, you've been driving a truck, you tired of doing that, you can go sit in the office and make you a nice little salary. Sit back, stack it, give it to your kids if, having a lot of money is not your thing. So I just
Yeah.
feel like, man, a lot of this stuff is just smoke. Kind of like I said, I look at 90 Day Fiance with my wife, and I see on there all the time of all over the world, guys getting conned and guys going to the Philippines and the girl disrespects them and basically, calls them out, tries to embarrass him to make him give up his cash flow, and then behind the scenes had sex with him, and then they come on the reunion and have all the receipts. Like it's the same thing that happens over here. If anybody
Yeah.
want to look at it, it's a guy named Sunshine Shoulders. I like to watch him just because he's an older guy in Philippines, man. He's on YouTube once again, Sunshine Shoulders, and he's with a Filipina chick. and he likes to talk about how they're not as argumentative or whatever the situation, but then he admits to having a drug problem when he was in the States, and he was an alcoholic at one point, you know. But now he's in the Philippines, and the woman doesn't work, and she had 2 kids prior to that relationship, and he's taken care of. And he's even said, like, you know, a month or two ago, he was saying, you can find it in his history that, oh, my wife doesn't want me to have a YouTube. So it's like, that would be the same thing that if an American woman did it, you say that woman's hateful or mean. And then he says, you know, well, my first wife wasn't bad, but, you know, she just wasn't as agreeable. But it's like, dude, you were a drug addict and an alcoholic. This woman is getting the best of you. You paying all the bills because you can afford to do it because you're in a cheaper place, which no problem with it. You're 50 plus, you know what I mean? But to just put that on black women just because the financial situation is working for you a little bit better because somewhere it's cheaper is just crazy to me. So I just kind of like, I agree with what Zed said and the rest of the women in the chat. Just no one's holding you back. Like, do your thing. Like, no one's holding you or keeping you over here. Just keep women's name out of your mouth in the U.S. trying to dog them out. That's all we asking.
Yeah, and it's like to piggyback on the whole Austin, you know, telling guys, hey, get your passport, and it's not just Austin telling, it's also Andre Love crossing borders, you know, and BMT and some of those other guys. They're telling guys, get your passport, get out of the states, and I'm like, okay, how you gonna generate income? You know, what sources? They're not even talking about all this stuff, the important stuff. And as
Yeah,
you mentioned, that's years of Social Security that you're missing out. So it's
it's
like,
terrible.
and it's like you telling young guys get out of the states, and it's like when young
Well,
guys in their 20s and 30s, and it maybe possibly early 40s, it's like the time you're supposed to grind the hardest to
hmm
secure a better future in your 50s and 60s and so on. But they're not talking about this. They want these guys to go have fun and travel the world in their 20s and 30s and live abroad for like significant period of time. And I'm like, the only way I can see this living abroad thing can be successful is when you work for a US based company,
hmm
and you live overseas and you make good money, and
Yep.
it's like, so you paying US taxes, and that money still, that tax that been deducted from you still goes to Social Security, and you know you're saving, you know, and you enjoying the lower cost of living. You know, that's the only one of the only ways I can think of. The other way is like, if you got like a couple of $1 million in your investment accounts, and you're making that off dividends coming in monthly or quarterly, you know, that's or if you own a real estate, couple of real estates, you know, and you generate an income like that. So that's like, if you have something like a passive income, like a significant, and I'm not just talking about one apartment, you know, one house or anything, I'm talking about significant passive income coming in where you can live comfortable overseas, you know. But the thing is, the guys that are winning in the states, they don't want to go overseas. They're like, you know, we're winning over here. Why would I go overseas? So, you
Yeah,
know,
and that's my thing. Like, I'm not winning like that. You know, I do okay for myself. Graduated, struggling like everybody else, trying to get something together. I don't have any children. Me and my wife's playing. Man, I want to retire to Thailand to stretch my dollars a little bit further. So I get it. My traveling, I just do it during my PTO days. A lot of my traveling, I knocked out during my college days. Uh, but you know, it's just like, you know, with my wife working online, as far as she can go is Mexico, Thailand, those type of places. They're not going to let her do that because of security reasons, to take company information, you know what I mean, across company waters. So it's like,
yeah,
yeah, she probably could find something else, but to take $12 or $14 even in the short term, it's like, okay, $15, maybe I could find something like that, you know, working for an airline or something online, and go live in Brazil where the rent's only $600 and make it. But then it's like you say it, now I'm losing out on that social security money versus, you know, if I'm at home in the States, I'm making 70, 65, $75,000. So that Social Security is building up even more. You know what I mean? Than if I just worked a $15 hour job. So it's like, for some fun now, go risk all that. Like, it doesn't add up. And a lot of the ones who tell Austin to do that, they're living at home in the States. I can't think of I don't know about BMT, but the other one who likes to wear suits, I know for a fact he keeps saying, well, me and my wife, his wife's Latin of somewhere, and he keeps saying, well, yeah, me, her, my son, we're going to go to one of the countries here. But they're telling Austin, "Oh, you're doing your thing, you're living," but here they are making American dollars, and then they just flying out to Thailand to holler at his homeboy. Then he coming back home and making American dollars, but Austin on here begging for 8 hours. You know what I mean? So it's just
Yeah,
wrong. But I used to feel bad for Austin, but I'm at that point where I'm like, man, once you've been told so many times and you refuse to do it, you 25. I don't feel bad for you. Like, do what
yeah,
makes you feel good, but it's gonna hurt you at some point. Like if you don't become that big face, it's gonna hurt you at some point.
yeah. And I forgot to mention that Austin himself, when he tell guys, "Hey, get your passport and get out of here," he generate wealth or income from his YouTube and Patreon or consultation services. So, like for him, a guy like him, he's good based on that. But it's like for the average guy, his subscribers, they cannot just pack their bags and go overseas and it's like and live the life. It's like
Yeah.
you gotta find out a way that you can earn US dollars overseas. And I actually bump into people like, for example, Costa Rica. There was a lot is a lot of is an expat country, so you see a lot of Americans, but they're working in corporate American companies, and they're based in Costa Rica.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think certain companies will allow you to do, but I think there's only a few because there's the confidential information that can leak out, and they don't want any foreign country or whatever to access that. Especially if you got your security clearance, you work for a government job, and you're remote. They definitely don't want you out there. They want you,
Right.
within the states. Um,
And
it's
something else we got to look at. Like I said on the page with Sin City. He from Cincinnati. He does like Manosphere, whatever, talks on that or whatever. Uh, he's got 274,000 followers. I sit on his page. No one asks me for $1. You know what I mean? That's one thing that I respect about him. He's still working a regular 9 to 5. 274,000 followers, and Austin acts like it's a big deal to have 100,000 followers. Like really, he doesn't even have a lot of followers. A lot of people like to talk about Check and Ace, and even them, I had to sit back and take like, there's no shot at those guys. And I think if you love to travel, what they're doing is awesome. But kind of like I was telling my partner, you know what I mean? Like that's a hard life to live just to travel. You're away from your family all the time. People don't look at the fact that Ace may have to get on his Facebook and see one of his homeboys back home in Miami throwing a baseball to his kid, taking his kid to practice, working a regular 9 to 5, and still getting to go on a vacation here and there and PTO, and they're staying in cheap Airbnbs, which no pun intended. I mean, it's hard to, you know what I mean, live off just what you're getting off YouTube, but I mean, that's how they're living. You look at their clothes, they're not wearing flashy clothes, and it's not saying that they should be, but I'm just saying a lot of people say they want to do this traveling thing and they want the followers, but it's like they don't really understand what it comes with, is what I'm trying to say. Like it's a lot of sacrifice to that. I can look at Check and Ace and look at them. They're close to my age. I'm 38 years old. And at this point in my life, the last thing I want to be, man, is in a small, cheap $60 Airbnb in a different country. You know what I mean? 340 days out of the year away from family, not starting a family, not building income. Once again, there ain't no one matching a 401k from YouTube. You know what I mean? It's things like that they're missing. So once again, that's not a shot at them. It's just one of those things that, like I say, people need to talk about and realize like what really comes with that.
Yeah, it's I feel like guys need to be honest about certain things. They have this perception that, oh, going overseas is the end all be all. But it's like, it definitely has its pros and cons. There's more pros, there's more cons you got to deal with. As an American, if you living abroad, you're sacrificing, especially if you go to developing countries like Thailand or Philippines or Colombia, you're sacrificing certain luxury. It's like for example, I'm gonna just use Amazon Prime. Should I say, if you got Amazon Prime, you order something, it's gonna come in the next day. So it's like, then you have the certain benefits just living in the states, where compared to abroad. But if you want to, like, live overseas later on in life, you can reduce expenses by living in those countries like Thailand, for example, as you mentioned, is very cheap, very cheap. You can find a nice little spot for like $300 per month. Facing the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like you can keep the expenses down, and by doing that, I was actually reading an article the other day. They're saying that more old people are coming out of retirement because they can't keep up with the cost of living going up.
Right. Right.
And it's like, especially, man, I tell this to the young guys, man. It's you gotta work extra hard. You gotta work, and, don't waste your 20s and 30s and 40s or 50, whatever, just chasing after women and doing. I mean, you can still have fun here and there, but just I feel like most guys just, especially most guys in the space, like they do the most to impress women. Like you don't see guys like financing like the latest Dodge Charger Challenger fully equipped, getting it's bad deals out of it, just to impress women when they can be, focused on themselves and, doing this.
Yeah.
Um
I definitely think that's true. There's never, Lisa, I'm 38. I can't speak. Maybe if someone's on the panel a little bit older than me, but there's a real estate market. I read finance, and, the average home price is supposed to grow by 3% per year. We had 2019, 2020, 2021, all those times it was growing by 17%, 19%, 21%. Um, so, now one bedroom apartment is costing the same as a house. So I think it's just changing and people are wanting more. So, I mean, even this year election is going to be a little bit different just because it's never been a time in history where we have things like this YouTube, people showing you like Coop's Corner or whatever. It was pretty cool. And I don't really like him either because he's an e-bagger and he switches to a passport bro when he needs some money, or he'll post a video and say, well, y'all only gave me $2 in super chats. I'm better than that, and talk noise and then try to delete the video and come back as a good guy or whatever. I just want to make that said.
yeah.
But
Yeah, bro,
but
I noticed, bro, the live. I'd be like, man, let me rewatch this live, and I'll be like, and it's like, then you'll see that it's been listed as private, and I'm like, it's yeah, man, it's some of these but the big time YouTubers, like, the checking effects and all that,
mhm,
Kurt Kaz, man, those guys, all they gotta do is just release content, and that will do the talking for them. Because those
right.
those guys actually, they're full time YouTubers, so they're actually making. Matter of fact, I spoke to Check and Effect in the back end.
Okay.
Uh, and mm, he told me about, how much he was raking, and I was like, he told me the dollar figure, so it's like, I'm not gonna say it, but it's like, it was actually, when he told me, I was like, wow, it's like, sometimes those big time YouTubers, they make good money, man. Like,
But I mean, have
t-
you seen like it's even like Sly's life? He just went to Russia, and then after Russia, he went to Ukraine, and that's what I mean by we've never had a time with this much information. His name's Sly's Life. If
yeah,
anyone's
yeah,
interested to go in
yeah,
to
yeah.
see it, and
I,
everyone's
I,
in the comment like, "What the hell? I thought Ukraine was bummed. The TV is telling me they're bummed and they need money. Why are we sending them money when we have crazy inflation? People, are paying overpriced for used cars because they can't afford a new car. They can barely afford a used car, but they got to have something to get to work. And we're sending these people money, and now you're over here recording, and it looks better than America. Like we've never had a time like this where so much information travels. And that's kind of what I was saying about Coop's Corner. He made a video. He's showing a protest in Kenya. I'm like, cool. Now my algorithm goes to all protests in Kenya, and I'm realizing that, oh, it's the snap. Like they're storming the Capitol, the same thing that they did in DC. And then, that's when I dig a little more and I'm learning that, oh, okay, US tried to give them a deal with this high interest rate, but yet we're sending money and weapons to Ukraine, and we're giving it to them based upon a grant that the money we give them, they're going to use to buy back weapons from us. So, like, as an African American now, I'm just kind of like, okay, now I understand. When it comes to me voting, I need to be asking my people if they're representing me, like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? To make it a little bit cheaper. Why does Ukraine get grants, but then on the other end, you know what I mean? Africa, you charge them this 18% interest rate, and now the people are over there protesting because they're saying, I'm not giving up all my stuff and literally Capitol, you know what I mean, storming the Capitol. If it wasn't for YouTube and Instagram and Facebook, we wouldn't know about this information. So it's just an interesting time. So kind of like you said, I think people just kind of need to get focused on what matters, man, and stay away from these cars and that type of stuff. If anything, that's what traveling's done for me. Like I'm minimizing my life now because my whole mind frame is save, 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 save for retirement. Like in America, you just don't get a lot of bang for your buck. So from that point, like I say, I get these passport bros. My only gripe with those guys is quit downing women back home in the U.S. That's it.
Yes. Yes, man. And I've been saying this, forever. It's like, yo, keep the women out of the equation. I mean, if you're gonna travel overseas for fun, nobody cares. But stop down, the American women. Like I said, women are women all over the world. Just if you're gonna travel abroad, have your fun, do your thing. Just like Austin Holloman, for example, when he first moved out of the states for a whole year, he was comparing the women in those respective countries to the women in the states, saying bad stuff about the women in the states, and I'm like, yo, you already out of the country, so it's like that should be out of your mind. And it's like to piggyback on the guy like Sly's life, he's in a different category than Austin Holloman. Sly's life, he does his thing. He's been like all over the world. Like one time he'll be I've been following that dude since what is it since 2017 when he was in Medellin. Matter of fact, he was one of the first YouTubers that got me into Medellin, along with Marwa. But he's been like all over around the world, Asia, Africa, Middle East. Like he's in the Middle East. Like he's been places that even the passport bros don't even go, like Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq. It's and now he's in Ukraine. He was in Russia. So it's just the interesting. I like his content. He just shows us what is happening. Like he's just. I feel like he's his own category. Like he's not the part of the passport bros
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like he's more of a traveler than a passport bro, which is a passport bro basically means guys who are going overseas for love and hooking up with pros or finding
Right.
wives, etc., etc.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I watch travel, and that's kind of what I try to. A lot of times when I go in, these people always say in the travel space, I'm like, Razor Ray, this ain't a travel space. This a woman space. Like we talking about chasing women here on your channel. No one is. This ain't a travel. You know what I mean? Like, and even Austin, pretending to be like I remember when he went on that show or whatever. I can't Kendra G show, and then he goes back and hops in his twin bed in his dad's room. Like, dude, you 25 years old in daddy's twin bed in the second room, and yet you're sitting here disrespecting people. There's nothing wrong with making it, and no one expected to have it all together. But like we're both saying, man, it's just no need to lie to kick it, to say, just to put it, in a short reference.
Yeah, definitely agree with that, man. It's an interesting space, man. I'm a big fan of Razor Rays, man. You gotta admit his lives be lit. He's more of he got a niche in the travel space. He's more of a news reporter slash how would I say it? Yeah, I would say he just reports news. He does lives on certain things that happen in Colombia. Guys getting drugged. And sometimes he does interviews with guys who are overseas.
Okay, okay.
So like his lives be lit, man. It cracks me up. He
Hey,
got
ain't
his
nothing wrong
own
with it. Like I said, I was on
he got his own
Sin
lit.
City's page, and I think he is a passport bro. Only videos he's got up, I'm sure he's traveled more than that. Is the Dominican, the prostitute place there, Thailand. Um,
You
Basically,
talking
he's
about?
got like 4 countries on there, and they're all basically the only places you can go to buy ass for cheap. Brazil, I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure he's traveled more than that. But one thing I
yeah,
like about him is he don't go on there bashing, and he's quick to tell someone,
yeah.
man, if you got trouble pulling in America, you gonna have trouble over there, and just paying every time is a totally different situation. So, you know what I mean? I get it.
Yeah. So, I mean, respect to Sincerely, I mean, I kind of respect him in that regard. He doesn't bash, the American women because he just go overseas and does his own thing. Sometimes people criticize him. They call him Lambo legs. Because he got his own ops in the space. Uh, I'm pretty sure Will in the chat knows about it. Uh, but yeah, he does his own thing. He minds his own business. He goes overseas. Yeah, yeah. Have you heard about the guy Big Boss?
No, I haven't seen him.
Yeah, Big Boss. Real talk. He's very upfront with it. With the pay for play. Like he had videos where he just called himself a monger.
Okay.
Like he will say that, hey, I travel for sex overseas. I'm a sex tourist. That's what he says.
Okay.
Like he
Okay.
literally have, and the funny thing is, like the guy used to be a pastor.
Okay.
He used to be a pastor, but then he left the church because there was politics that was involved with it. So he just he was like, fuck it. He just became a passport bro. Uh, so
Yeah, that's kind of.
this
Hey, I'm here in Texas, man. So one of the churches I was going to was Donald Trump's. As I forget, but it was his pastor. I forget how they worded in the political realm or whatever. It's just a church that a lot of people go to. I liked it because it was 30 minutes in and out. The location I was going to, they put them up on the screen or whatever. Then they have live band and blah 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 blah. But he just got arrested here, or not arrested, but it recently came out that he was messing with a 12-year-old. So he had to step down from the church. So I mean, when you say a pastor, like you never know. Hey Chris, y'all still here, boss? You done fell asleep on me?
No, I'm still here. I'm just letting y'all rock out because I'm like I've been saying a lot. Sometimes I can dominate.
what's Chris? What's your first of all, I know you recently said you're recent you divorced.
Yeah, I'm 3 years come December. Yeah,
Okay, so are you planning to do like passport bro stuff, man? Since you single, or
over my dead
go
body.
overseas to have fun, or what?
Over my dead body.
Yeah,
I listen. Atlanta has, as I said on the previous panel, it would take no judgment. Listen, guy, like I say, I got to put the disclaimer out there. Like guys, who I'm not anti passport bro in the sense that like, listen, if they want to go over there for to travel to find wives, if they want to go over there for female companionship, if they want to go over there and Western Union Poppy, if they want to go over there and super sex tour, if they want to do sex tourism, fine, but just stay in your lane, acknowledge your lane, be honest about your lane, stop trying to be in multiple lanes and say, yo, I want a wife. No, you don't. You want to go over there and you're sitting in brothels in Thailand. I'm just like, I would never personally do it, but because it's like I never would look at that as a win. You know, going to a brothel. They have them in the States. They got the Bunny Ranch, and the Bunny Ranches are extremely expensive. But no, to answer your question, no, I would never do the passport bro stuff. Listen, you as a black guy, it's easy to especially in Atlanta, it's extremely easy to date. Like why would I want to like uproot myself, go to another country, like you said, staying at somewhere. Ob said staying in a $60 Airbnb. I mean, talking to women who I want to wake up, Buck Travels. I want to cuddle and I want to wake up and be able to cook some breakfast in the morning or have some breakfast cooked. Either or. I don't want to wake up and the woman's like, "Hey, can you run to the ATM?" Sorry, I can't stay here. I gotta.
see, Chris. Actually, you can get that experience overseas. I know. Okay, not, now you might be generalizing, man. You can find actually, depending on how long you in these countries, you can actually find a decent chick.
I'm not
But the
saying you
thing,
can't.
but the
Listen,
thing is,
you
like in
can.
general, I see what you're saying. In general terms, most guys are only there for a week, so at most, so they're finding the P5P girls, and it's like you can't trust the P5P girls for staying the whole night because you don't know what they might do. Like,
Exactly.
steal your shit. Who knows? Just you see cases all the time of guys getting drugged in Medellin.
Exactly. And
Uh,
that's you answered the question right there. It's like that's why I wouldn't. That's one of the reasons why I would not want to do it. It's just like if you. I'm trying to find the right analogy. It's just like, shit. I don't know if this is the right thing to say, but it's just like it would be like I have so much convenience over here in the States, so much convenience here in Atlanta to go uproot myself and go live somewhere where I might not have the same conveniences. You brought up Amazon Prime. I don't know. Does Amazon do Prime in every country? Is,
um, certain
if that
countries,
answers a
yeah,
no, then we have our answer right there.
yeah,
I'm not gonna give up my creature comforts. Like
yeah,
I'm a guy. That's just the end all be all of it. It's like I want to keep my creature comforts. I have a great life over here. I don't want to sacrifice that. I love my life. It's just as simple as that. I mean, I'm not trying to brag. Like we should all love the lives we have, whether we're traveling, whether we stay in the States, whatever. That's what I'm saying. Like I support the BAs. I support Flint. Like I think he wants to go DR or whatever. But like that's not the lane I want to be in. No, I want to stay over here. Like if until Atlanta looks like The Walking Dead, I'm not leaving Atlanta. I mean, that's just the way it is.
man, and you actually have advantage in Atlanta because that's the San Francisco of the South. So it's like the ratio is kind of works in your favor, especially if you're a heterosexual male, you know,
Yeah,
because there's a lot of beautiful women out there who are educated, got their shit together, and it's like they're looking for men. So it's like there's a surplus of women out there, So it's like
yeah. I mean, that's just basically it. It's like BA touched on a great conversation last time. He was like, Chris, why do you go on so many dates? Why don't you just get down to one? He kind of read me like a book. So BA, I really want to 1,000 thumbs up. I want to give you your flowers for that. That was some great questioning, and the answer to that, I don't think I fully answered it. I tried to answer it in the best way I could, because a lot of times with BA, sometimes you don't know what is his ultimate question. Why are you getting I love transparency, but it's like BA will sometimes weaponize that transparency against you. But so it's like the goal is to get down to one woman, and I know Buck travels. I spoke on like some earlier panels. Was that when I got divorced and I started dating, it was my first experience into like dating on the apps, and it was really also my first experience
yeah,
in kind of understanding. How do I want to say it? Like my I don't want to say market value. That sounds so trash, but it's like understanding my where I fit in the dating market, like the options, understanding the options I had, and like it was intoxicating. So when I hear Flint talk about, yo, I got 3,000 numbers, a lot of people laugh, but I understand. I understand it's addicting. It's almost like a vice. It's almost like a gambling addiction.
yeah,
Um, beautiful women and being able to be in the presence of beautiful women and having going on these apps and you're seeing another plus one, and you're seeing another beautiful woman or just another interesting looking woman. It's intoxicating. And I was trying to tell BA, like, when I first started dating post divorce, like there was a time when I was in the belly of the beast in Atlanta, where when Femi would always say like men they will sometimes take advantage of the options. They I understood like when that saying, like, a man will only be as faithful as his options. I kind of understood it, because I was like, it's intoxicating if you have not been used to that, having options and having like women kind of like falling into the palm of your hand. It's hard to center yourself, ground yourself, and then say, I'm going to be focused. It's hard to be focused. So now
no,
over the years, like I've slowed down, and I've really got it down to like really one person who I'm seriously dating. I talked about on the previous panel, like, yo, I'm dating also another woman that a friend referred to me that lives in Charlotte. She's a great woman. If she was living in Atlanta, she'd be a serious contender. But I learned through dating, I can't do a long distance relationship. I just can't. I need too much attention. I cannot do a long distance relationship. It's not gonna work. But I slowing down to one. And I know over the years I've stopped looking on the apps because there's always this. Hey, if I go down from 3 to 2, I can just go on the app and go find another one. Like it's dating one. I want to get down to one person, but it's I'm just taking my time with it a little bit, and I'm really seriously like really only seriously dating like one person. And I say it to say like if I went over to Brazil, let's just say Brazil, and BA's over in Brazil, what I wonder is how do these men ground themselves if they are so intoxicated with the perceived beauty of these women that they fetishize? How do they ever get out of the belly of the beast? How? I just don't know how they do it. They'd have to probably do something similar that I'm doing, or they'd have to find out they'd have to find a way to do it in their own way. But it's just like if you have to really know what you want, and you have to kind of like you have to kind of restrict those women that you're looking for. I try to do. I'm not saying everybody else has got to do that. The way I try to do is I try to restrict the women that I'm looking for to only women that have the qualities that I want, and I'm not going to compromise that. Like I said, with the long distance relationship, you got to be a 20 or a 30 or a 50 out of 10 for me to entertain a long distance relationship. I cannot do that shit. I can't.
Yeah.
I just can't. I want a woman right here. I want a woman that I can see every single day. And for the right person, maybe I might make that exception long distance, but that's just painful.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, it's just that it's almost impossible for me to do long distance relationship. Because it's you kind of lose out on the intimacy aspect. You know, you don't get to see their facial expressions. You know, things of that nature. You don't know what they're doing. You know, it's difficult. Um, you know, it's the way you feel in Atlanta is how some passport bros when they go overseas how they feel. You know, with a lot of options. You know, some passport bros, you know, they go from not having any options in the states to going to these countries, Brazil, Colombia, to having like significant options to the point that they're overwhelmed. You know, it gets them stimulated. You know, some come back to the country, with full confidence and all that, and that kind of some of them kind of increases their standards. You know, so but I think passport bros who go to Atlanta, man, it's Atlanta is like there's the ratio is kind of like, man, the ratio is kind of, I feel like passport bros should go over there, man. Um, and I definitely agree with you. You definitely have a, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, so it's like you're happily content in Atlanta, you're winning in Atlanta. You know, I don't have anything against it. You know, it's at the end of the day, is your preference. It's
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if going to Atlanta is the solution for passport bros, because I would assume that the overwhelming majority of the passport bros, they're low effort men. So they're it's even though there's gonna be a ton of women over here, they're not very competitive men. They're not gonna they're not gonna want to date on their level. And let's talk about the biggest one. Like Flint and BA will say, they're not going to sleep with you on their one date. You're not going to walk up to them on the street and they're going to just give you their WhatsApp and twerk in front of your face on the first. And I'm generalizing some of these foreign women, but there are women out there. The one in the red light district, they're probably going to be doing stuff like that. I mean, so they're not going to be doing that in Atlanta.
no, they're gonna do something more than twerking in front of your face, man. So it's it's like I said, there's pros and cons to each location, man. uh some people just want to, they don't want to be associated with the passport bro, so they just want to go overseas, travel for the sake of travel and have fun, enjoy the food and enjoy the scenery. um there's been places where I've been in South America where Like it felt like I was in the Amazon rainforest, just natural beauty, jungle, mountains. Sometimes like it's that kind of experience is like unbeatable. Yeah, the women for me is like the women is the icing on the cake. But at the end of the day, it's like I can go to Bora Bora and not even smash, and I'll still be good. Because I'm using my PTO days. I'm having time to reflect, recharge from work. Come back with more energy, clarity. Um, you know, uh, it's it's there's pros and cons to each scenario.
Yeah, like if the people like BA or Flint, specifically BA, I love that for them. Like that BA has moved over to Brazil. He's got a fiance. I'm happy for him. So I don't want to I'm not trying to like shit on passport bros. It's really like I think we've all come into an agreement. It's like keep these black women that keep them out of your mouth and go about your business. We got no problem with you. I mean, uh, if you don't gotta lie and say you're trying to find a wife. Like that was what got my spidey senses tingling when I was like, I've never heard a man say he's yearning to find a wife and he can't find one. He's got to leave the country to find one. That's like this is not like a post-apocalyptic times. This is not like that. It's not dystopian reality right now. Like you can find a wife. Um, this is not like what's that Will Smith movie? I Am Legend. Like this is not like you're the only man who's living in your city and everything else is zombies. They want to act like it's just so hard, but it's like it's hard because they don't have any realistic concept of what a wife or a woman of value is, and if they do, they aren't the man of value that woman would be attracted to. So they have to figure out what is the woman of value that finds me attractive, and they need to start going over those women. But I don't think that they will find those women attractive because maybe she's just not coming with everything that he wants, or maybe she's not going to be attractive in the pissing contest amongst his friends in his community. It's just like I said on one of the earliest panels was that I was like I don't care who finds my wife or girlfriend attractive. That's not for y'all to be concerned about. I took some jokey joke stuff. When there's Hawk Tua and there's Chun-Li upside down helicopter moves going on in the bedroom, y'all ain't gonna see that. Only I'm gonna see that. When there's Cirque du Soleil shit going on in the bedroom, y'all ain't gonna see that. When there's little quirks that come through about her, y'all ain't gonna see that. That's not for you to see. So what I see in a woman, I don't care if my friends think she's attractive. I don't care if they think she's corny. But a lot of guys, I think they turn into a pissing contest and they're just like, yo, I'm gonna try to outdo everybody and get the girl that everybody wants. Like, I mean, if that's what y'all want to do, fine. But
Yeah,
I don't want to live vicariously through anybody's dating life. No, I want to live my experience. That's it.
yeah, and it's like it goes to show you that it's like every man's 10 is 10 out of 10 is gonna be different.
Yeah.
It's
Let me hop
it's
in
like
really quick, y'all. So Will, just because it's a little bit shorter for me to say this than type. Sorry to cut y'all off, man. If I'm wrong, just tell me to shut the hell up, and I'll let y'all go back to doing what you're
I want
doing.
him kicked out the chat, honestly.
You can leave him, man. I mean, so I'm looking at his pictures or whatever. He's acting like he's a millionaire, saying he's 10 times he's been to Paris and France and these type of things. Nice looking family, going on vacations and stuff. But nothing of what he's trying to portray. I mean, everyone who's been to Europe knows you can get on a train and go from this place to the next place. Like switching countries in Europe is like going to a different state. Like, a lot of people say, I've been to 20 countries, you know what I mean? But that's because, like, going to Texas to Denver, they would say, oh, I went to a different country. And then unlike having to go to the airport to go to Denver from Texas, they can just hop on a train and pay $60 and then get there really quick. Like, this is that stuff that I'm talking about. Average stuff, man, that people are just trying to act like is just no reason to lie. But it was just a little bit faster for me to say that. But if anybody wants to go check out Will's page, he clearly wants some attention on it. Y'all can go check it out. And the thing that I also want to say is, like I said, Will, it kind of looks like me. I don't see some, and that's not a knock. I don't see some woman who's 140 pounds. Most of Austin M, whose page he's on, they would talk about his wife because she's not the 140-pound lady. And then, I mean, they might even knock him just for the simple fact she's black and not mixed. But I'll just keep it at just, but I don't think it's anything wrong with it. She's a mother. They're doing things, and that's what it takes to be successful. Like, building with someone, them accepting your flaws. Because as I say that, he ain't no supermodel either, and neither am I. You know what I mean? But I just don't know why people don't keep it real. But I think if anyone wants to look at Will's page, like I say, he clearly wants some attention on it. And I mean, I think it is good. It's a good representation of what black families can be if you just work together and put it together as once. But yeah, if anybody wants to act like, traveling's all that, it's some of this stuff isn't that expensive. That's kind of like Austin going to Paraguay or whatever. We live in Texas, man. Like, it's cheaper for me to go to Mexico in Texas than it is for me to go to California. So going to Paraguay is not like, oh my gosh, like to go there. And then on top of that, like an Airbnb. So when I looked up this Paraguay, because I never heard of it, the average citizen only makes between it was $200 to I think $350. That's the average income there. So the average apartment, you know what I mean, a month is only $300-400 a month. So it's like the lies these guys tell as if no one else has traveled is beyond crazy to me. Like, it's unnecessary.
My
I mean, yeah.
Go ahead, Buck.
No, I was just gonna say, it's going to Europe is not a brag, man. It's actually cheap to go to Europe, and it's actually cheap, as you said, to hop from one country to another country in Europe, from Paris to London. That's like a $60 flight.
Right.
If you find Ryanair, and
Right. And even cheaper on a train.
even cheaper on the train. So it's like going to Europe is not really a brag. Going to places like Bora Bora and Maldives and Seychelles and those exotic locations is a brag. But
Agreed.
Europe is, you know, so it's like Europe is not a brag. Anybody can go. Heck, a McDonald's worker can go to Europe and have the time of his life over there.
Right.
So it's not a brag, and I know. I mean, Will is a cool dude. I mean, he's he claims he's a millionaire, but it's like salute to him in that regard. If
Right.
he says he's a millionaire,
He is. And
take
that's
his,
what I
we
said.
can
If you're a millionaire, I'm not knocking it. Create a
we can
page.
take his word for it. We can
Yeah.
take his word for it. It's like you know.
I said
If
create
he
a
wants to say
page.
he's a millionaire, there you go. But I've seen him in many panels, in many chats, and dude, since he's generous with the donations. Like you'll see him donate $300 here, $400 there, $500 here.
But
He's
this is
very.
my thing. Even if I had it, why would I give $300 to some degenerates when there's young men out here really trying? There's kids who, getting kicked out the house at an early age. It's, kids out here who's playing basketball and got shoes that's 4 years behind date. Really go help someone. Like, I'm from Texas. It's a big city. This is maybe third largest city, Dallas, in the whole United States. So, like, I grew up, I played basketball in high school with LaMarcus Aldridge. Not because I knew him. I was in a different city, but one of my friends who was at my school on the basketball team was like, hey, man, LaMarcus Aldridge, who had a 12, 13-year career, might be a Hall of Famer. He was like, my mom babysit him as a kid. Oh, okay. Well, bring him here. He was just going to UT at the time. Like, you know, I've hung out with guys who were in the NFL just for my city because this is a large, you know, as they say, Texas, this is a football state. You know what I mean? Ike Diago, you can Google him. He's from Garland, Texas. He was like number 2 in the draft coming out. AC Law, he went to Texas A&M. He still holds records at Texas A&M. Like, these are just average people that, you know, we had access to just by living in a big place. Just like I'm sure people who grew up in the days of Jay-Z can probably tell you, yeah, man, I worked with Jay-Z at a shoe store or whatever. Dude wasn't even selling drugs. Like, it's normal stuff. Like, we're the most powerful country in the world. Like, stuff like that, you know what I mean? It's gonna happen. So when he sits up here and he says he's a millionaire, at this point, I'm just like, I really don't care. Like, that was stuff that I was excited about, like at 23, 24. Now, if you're doing something positive, like I say, I care about that. If you're like a Richard Fade and you want to create a page and teach people about stock market and just teach men about being men and making it through real struggles and about a family like that, I'm excited about that because, you know, reach one, teach one. But just sitting around just talking to talk, I'm a millionaire giving $300 to some degenerates, that's weird to me. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like everyone on this panel has their own thing shaking. Earth, the planet Earth, I don't know what your name is because it's not underneath there.
Oh, yeah,
but like, I've talked to you. What is it?
I'll pull up the names right now.
Okay. But like, I've talked to him on panels. So when like he describes certain places, like going to Japan and stuff, but I knew he wasn't lying because it's only one of those things that a person would describe if they've been there. Like, those are the type of things I enjoy. Like, and that's the problem with these guys. They say they're travelers, but it's like Chris said, they're just grifters for the most part, trying to make some money and overdoing, you know, for whatever they're lacking in life.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, go ahead, Buck.
When Austin was here, I gave him
Chris.
some cigar. Like I say, we're in the same city. I gave him some cigar places, and then I'm trying to help him out. I said, bro, why don't you just go to the strip club where maybe your Instagram actually does get you some women? You know, girls in the strip club, they just, not all, but a lot of them just want to smoke weed and have a good time, and maybe your little Instagram will get you some light. He says, oh, I can't afford it. That's literally what he told me, and he told me this on his panel in the main thing. If people are reading the comments. And then you'll have a guy the next day saying, Austin make 200,000. Like, I just asked the dude when he was in the city, why don't he go to the strip club if he complaining about women? If you want a cheap thrill, that's where a cheap thrill is, and you're not hurting anyone in your community. But then you sit up here and tell me I can't afford it. Well, damn, Mr. Six Figures, you made 6 figures before 20 years old, but now you can't afford to go to a strip club and give up $100, $200 to have a good time when you know you're only here in the U.S. for a little bit. Like, the math ain't mathing.
Yeah, it's the grift. The grift knows. It's got all.
Yeah.
It's like an inception of grifts. Like, they just.
The thing with
Everything
Austin
is about get out of the States, and it's like, it's getting these men. I don't know if they're being honest and admitting when the honeymoon phase is over. Like, at what point, I'd love for a passport bro to come on the panel and just say, "Yo, I thought Thailand was the shit, but then by like the 10th trip, I realized it worn off." I mean.
Yeah. So that's what happens is a lot of guys they go to these countries multiple times, but then on that 10th or 15th trip they start finding out that, hey, this place wasn't what I thought it was. Once the honeymoon phase is over, you really start to appreciate the States more.
And I
Because you got to
agree.
realize for the first time, a lot of guys go to some of these places is the honeymoon phase. They having the best times of their lives. They're doing two-sums, three-sums. Digging down chicks. They're having a good time. But then once they start living there, start seeing the place for what it is, they start finding out, yo, I really miss the States.
Hey, Tiger.
I really miss American women.
Hey, Tiger, go check out Lord Williamson's travel. He went to Brazil. He went doing the carnival or whatever. This dude, he built like an NBA player, man. You know what I'm saying? Nice looking guy. He ain't no Austin in the face, but nice looking guy in the face. Straight white teeth, like he had braces, clean cut. he had some girls. I mean, I'm not knocking these women just because overseas are trying to talk about them, and I don't even care, like, about perfection like that. But for what they're describing, or like what BA was describing, like this dude built like an NBA basketball player, but the women he with, they big giants, they overweight. Like basically, it just looked like he got the last of what was left. Like, and this is during Carnival, meaning everyone out acting crazy. So if NBA player, this is the best he could get. It sounds just not like it's a bad thing, but that's kind of American standards. Like, have your stuff together, man, and what you fight for, you get. But it ain't kind of like y'all are saying. It ain't a fantasy land, kind of. And that's one of the things I liked about Travel with Paul. He was exposing that, like that game abroad, y'all, Nat Measy, like he said, he's saying game abroad, but then we come to find out he paying the local hoe that everyone knew in Thailand. Now guys start coming up with videos saying, Nan, I got her in a video. I got her in a video. Dude comes on here, I got her at my house right now. And now he just busted.
How about Traversity? I mean, his girlfriend was featured on a corn video of her getting dicked down by some European dude.
See, and I didn't even know about that one. Because by the time I found out by the time I seen him, I'm like, I can't take this anymore. And I'm not just about to watch something just because it's got a chick on here. Like, I could see that, the Asian chick he was with, no disrespect to her, was his selling point. So I'm just kind of like,
The thing is, like, it's at the end of the day, man, this is a community property. At the end of the day, these tricks, some of these tricks abroad in the 3 or 4 spots.
They will. We enjoy talking about who you look up to, man. You need to hear the truth. I'm listening. Sorry about that, Buck.
No, go ahead, address him. Go ahead, address him.
I mean, even Austin. Go look. So Austin's first claim to fame, the first woman he had, the Thai girl. Like, that ain't the corporate office girl. She had red hair. I don't know about y'all, but if it's anything like in the U.S., you ain't in too many corporate offices with red hair. You know what I mean? If you kind of got nothing wrong with giving someone a helping hand, but then the girl moved her sister into Austin's Airbnb. And then when you go look at those first videos, you can tell Austin was wet behind the ears. He talked about Floyd dressing, but his dressing wasn't on point. You got the chin strap beard, the long chin strap beard that works if you're in the NBA, but if you're the average guy, get that stuff trimmed up, man. And, baggy collar T-shirts. Like, he just wasn't the same Austin. Then Austin, he comes on here and he's showing his body, but if you watch him, everyone knows that's steroids. Like, Austin, every time I see you smoking a cigar, you staying up in the chats till 2 a.m., you're showing, as soon as your live pops up, you eating ice cream cones. Then you'll show yourself the next weekend when you go out, you with some girls, you eating chicken fried rice. And then you go have 4 drinks. Like, no one has an 8-pack, man, with that. Then his workout videos, they're very average workout videos, like good for your heart, but that don't build no 12-pack. And we seen what your body looked like in Thailand. You were dying. They were laughing at you. His girlfriend was laughing at him like, woo, honey, you out of breath. And they were actually saying, yoga, look at him. He 50 years old and still running. Look at Austin. He dead tired. That's on Travel with Paul. Like, that's all documented. You got to get what I'm saying? So these guys are just, it's so much obvious with anyone with a brain, man, that they can see that all these guys are just full of it.
It's and that's what one thing I like about Travel Time with Paul is, he actually tells the truth what's going on in some of these travel spaces. In Thailand, it's Thailand. First of all, is a big 3 or 4 spot. It's a big red light district. So it's like, hey, you can't just, it's like you gotta just assume like that them girls are for the streets. Because at the end of the day, she's not yours. It's just your turn.
Yes,
And
sir.
the thing with Traversity, like I said, his girl got featured in a corn video. Of her getting digged down, and it's like, and it's this dude is literally treating her like a wifey right now. He traveling with her around the world. He went to Japan with her. He literally treating her like a queen now.
That's how Game Abroad was, man.
Yeah.
And then after everyone called him out on it, then he takes the girl and humiliates her in front of everyone and makes her show her test results. Hey, everybody, I'm taking Nan to the clinic. And Nan comes out, I'm all clean. I want kid now. I want kid now. Like,
Wait, what?
wow, man. Like, you could have did that behind the scenes, man. You didn't have to expose that woman like that. If you got tested or you wanted to get her tested after, you found out, good for you. But to do that on live, like, come on, man, you ain't got to do that woman like that.
Wait,
But
why did he get her tested?
because he found out that basically, like, she was hoeing. Like, everyone thought, oh, okay, this guy's got this fine Asian chick over there. And Game Abroad, it kind of looks a little muscular. So everyone's thinking, oh, okay, maybe he's ex-military or something like that. And then as he gained so much popularity, people started to release videos with the same chick. Like, look, y'all, she's just on the street. Like, this is an average street woman that we've all dealt with, like video after video. So he wanted to prove to everyone, like, yeah, I'm kissing this chick and everything, but she's all clean. So he takes her to the clinic on the live and has her show her test results. I'm sure you can find it on his channel, Game Abroad.
Mm.
Like, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. But then he goes back to her house and he's like, her parents, they were living in a shack. And once again, that's no knock at them because everyone's got different living standards in different parts of the world. But he was like, yeah, I'm a live, let live type of guy. Last night, Nan seen a frog in the bathroom when I was in there. She just came in there, picked the frog up and smacked it against the wall and killed it. And he's just like, woo, I just ain't used to it. She just used to it. So this is the conditions these women are coming from. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I understand why they do what they do, but these
Yeah.
guys just got no morals. But once again,
And
all this is documented on Game Abroad's channel if anybody wants to see it.
and it goes to, like, and it goes back to terms like where guys like passport bros will complain about single moms in the states, and they will say, "Oh, I'm not gonna date single moms," oh, three or four single moms, only to go overseas and date a single mom with four kids.
Yeah,
It's
right.
like, so it's like, I've seen it many times, time after time, time after time, and I'm like,
It's And I guess that's the thing on our community, Chris, where I kind of, because when I first got on here, Chris, I told you riding with the women too hard. I agree, but get him
Yeah,
some slack.
I
Now,
got
man, I'm just
public
like,
apology, man.
after it kept going, I'm just like, well, I see why he does it. The moment you try to show any type of niceness, you find out that you're dealing with one of these weird undercover passport bros who's got some underlying agenda. It's kind of like who said that said. They come here when all else fails, or I don't know, man, when they want to clear their conscience and talk, and then they play like I'm not a passport bro, and then the next day you see them on someone else's channel talking all sorts of recklessness. Like I don't get it. And then we got guys like Global CZ. He's 22 and he travels and he does the right thing. He went on the Austin show, then he came back on the Austin show and was like, man, y'all guys going out of town, bashing your families back at home, bashing the women. Like, it doesn't have to be like that. But he doesn't get the views like Austin, even though he's younger than Austin. He
Mhm.
traveled to more places to Austin, but because he ain't bashing black women, you know what I mean? Or he'll admit it. I've told him before, when he said he wanted to be a rapper, he's like, yeah, well, I understand that. Like, this ain't my whole life, but I agree with you because I was telling him, well, if rapping your thing and you don't want to go to school, man, you got 2 years to either become a rap god or this YouTube stuff ain't gonna be funny. You're gonna be on here like Austin begging all the time. But you know what I liked about him? He showed ownership to it. Like, yeah, like I'm not taking it personal. I got a plan, but I see what you're saying. But for some odd reason, like in our community, man, a lot of these younger guys, like they don't want to hear the truth. Like the truth scares them.
yo, Strictly Travel, come on the panel, bro. Can you drop the link for him, Chris?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably close it in 30 minutes. But yeah, let me
He's always
post.
insightful with the travel experience because he's been to a lot of places.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Heck yeah.
Um, yeah, yeah, man. It's Chris, man. I gotta apply to you. Like you said, you're happy in Atlanta, ATL. You got so many options out there, and we all know why because the ratio works in your favor. There's more women than men over there, or more heterosexual women than heterosexual men. So the ratio kind of works in favor in that aspect. Um, it's so you don't even have to be a passport, bro. To go overseas. But have you been even thinking about like even going overseas to just relax? You know,
Yeah, I mean,
just have fun. Like it doesn't have to be for women. Just I'm talking about for culture, for food.
yeah, I mean, I'm like my best friend was getting on me about this. He gets on me all the time about this. Like, I haven't been on a vacation in like since like maybe like 2019. It was pre-pandemic or whatever. It was Ghana. That was the last vacation I went to. It was awesome.
Oh wow, that's dope.
Yeah. Let's see. Um, yeah. So I'm so much of a homebody. Like listen. I'm going to Vegas in August. I'm excited about that. I'm going to be going to Vegas for the first time.
Vegas is nice, man.
Yeah.
Vegas is nice.
I'm gonna soak it all in. I was telling everybody on the panel, I'm like, I'm soaking up the debauchery. So I gotta go to the strip club. I'm gonna be in the casinos. I do like to gamble a little bit.
Nice,
Going
nice.
there. I'm going there for a pool world championship, so we're gonna be trying to win that. Um, um, but
Check out the buffet at Caesar's Palace, man. It's
okay,
like
write
in the
that down. Like,
daytime, it's like $75. At night, it goes up to $150. But when a buffet is $150, you already know what you're getting yourself into. Like they got everything.
yeah, let me know if y'all got recommendations. Someone told me go to the old Vegas. You just told me go to Caesar's Palace buffet.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
$150 at nighttime. But like every expensive meal, what's that little black food that you call that's really expensive? But like that's
caviar.
yeah, caviar. It's unlimited that, and just every seafood you can think about. Like yeah, it's dope, man.
Nice.
The little ice cream bar looks like Candyland. I've been to Africa like you, but I've only been to Egypt, so I haven't been to where we were at. But that was the hardest place I would say for me to ever travel.
Yeah, I loved Ghana. The food was incredible. The culture. The only thing different is like next time I go, I definitely want to avoid the tourist trap stuff at all costs.
Okay.
But because I mean, they were on me like flies, trying to get me to buy stuff. And when we left, we learned that all the stuff that they were proposing to sell us in the markets, they were just getting it wholesale from another place. And it's like so a lot of this stuff was like a very touristy experience. But we did befriend like an Uber driver, and we got to like go to his family.
Uh-huh.
I kind of lost friendship with him, post divorce or whatever. But I got to go to his family's house, and I got to get a home cooked meal. The Africa trip was really enhanced because of the connections that we either made or had before or after we got there in Ghana.
Okay.
I do need to travel more.
How was like the checks? Like when I went to Egypt, that was the first time where just to go in my hotel, I had to put my luggage through a scanner, like I was at the airport. Like it wasn't very expensive, and everyone begs you. But like if you give someone a quarter in Egypt, they were happy with it. Like 50 cents, they were gonna be happy with it. But it was just I've never been to somewhere where you're big like that everywhere, so it can be a little scary. And then they
No,
always had checkpoints. Like every 10 miles, you got stopped by a checkpoint. So every checkpoint, I was just kind of like, is this going to be the time where the military makes me get out the car and the shakedown? It never happened, but that was my thoughts.
that's an interesting point you brought up. That they're happy with 25 cents. I had an incident that happened to me in DR. I was in Boca Chica, Santo Domingo, DR. Uh, and I was at the beach just chilling, minding my own business, eating food. And I believe this homeless Dominican dude came up to me, asking me for money, and I gave him like the equivalent of 25 cents in U.S. Money, Dominican pesos. And I gave him, and he looked at the currency, the money, and he looked at it, and he was like, "Yo, this is not enough." So he threw the money back at me,
wow.
Okay.
and I'm like, from that day on, I was like, yeah, I'm not giving anybody anything shit because these motherfuckers are ungrateful, man.
Ah,
It's because you never know what you're gonna get out of them. So
right, right.
it's like I wanted to rock him,
Uh-huh.
but then I found it's
Right. No
I'm in a
one out the
different country.
country. Heck yeah.
He's a local. If something happens, you know, uh,
Yeah, my first
they'll say this tourist beat up this local man, and next thing you know, I'm in a Dominican prison. So it's
See, and those are
uh
those things that I wish these guys had talked more about. I had kind of experience like that. That was the first time where I had scheduled a pickup ride, and I landed in the DR at like 2 a.m. in the morning, and the driver didn't come. So another taxi driver was like, "Oh, I know him or whatever," and he kind of tried to text him or call or whatever, and he was just like, "I'll take you to your spot." But of course, landing in the DR going to Punta Cana at 2 a.m. at night, you're just going through random 2-lane roads, a bit scary, man, to just have to get in a taxi of a random guy who says, "I know the guy who was supposed to pick you up." We got there safely, but I'll say that was a hell of an experience. And then to get to the hotel and someone's guarding the hotel with machine guns. And then we call the guy over the Airbnb and he's Russian. That was my first time like experiencing probably ever talking to a Russian person. So yeah, it was a hell of an experience. And that's kind of something like I know like at one point everybody was on Austin's page saying Germany, like that's the place to pick up women. But when I was in Germany, like before I had to like do quite a bit of traveling across Germany before I even seen black people actually enjoying themselves. Like it wasn't until I got to Lispeg where I actually seen black people actually out like doing some shopping or having a Starbucks coffee. But like when I was in Berlin or whatever, all the black people who were there, they were just working in service, but yet these guys are coming as travel space and they're like, "Oh, that's the best place to pick up women." Like, man, no, it's not. Like, most black people work in service. They're some of the best dressed people I've ever seen, like throughout all of my traveling. Everyone's super tall there. So if you're average height, like they might not want you for that. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't what they were describing to people.
yeah. Netherlands is also the same thing. A lot of those Dutch women, they're tall. They're like 6 foot on average,
Okay.
and it's like, they got their own money and all that, and they won't even give you a shot unless you're a guy who's 6'3". You either got to be over 6'2", 6'3",
Okay.
or you got to have significant paper on you.
Got you.
So a lot of those European women, it's like they just we're talking about matrix women, but over there is it's bad in Europe. I bump into a lot. Matter of fact, I bump into a lot of European men out in South America.
Uh-huh.
Looking for wives.
Right,
Because
right.
like some of them are tired of their women. They're going with
It's
the
going through
same
the
issue as
same
the
thing.
passport bros.
Gotta level up.
Some of them are going through the same issues of the passport bros. So
Uh-huh.
you'll see, like every time, bro. If you go to South America a lot, you'll actually see more Europeans out there than actual Americans.
Yep,
You
you're
know,
right.
because they tend to travel a lot, and that they actually get more PTO from their work
Mm-hmm.
than America.
I agree.
More American companies give out like 2, 3 weeks.
Right,
In
right.
Europe was like they get like something like 8 weeks off.
Okay. And I know like
Um,
Eastern Europe, when I went to Czech Republic and that's definitely a racist place. Like it was nice because I got 5-star meal, the whole white tablecloth experience, maybe $17 versus that $17 meal might would have been $75 per person in the US. But as far as once again, minorities, like they're not really used to that. For the most part, anytime they even see a minority, they think you're from Africa, and it's just a big discrimination there. And that's something that you can even see, like from African travelers who are in the travel space who say that, like their passport, they're treated differently the moment people see that passport. So, like, when I'm over there, a lot of times I make it a point to say I'm American, and then it changes a little bit. I even went on for my honeymoon. Middle Eastern cruise took me to like Jordan. It took me to Saudi Arabia. And as soon as I got on, one of the guys who was working on the cruise ship was like, "Oh, you're from Africa?" And I was like, "Nah, I'm from America," because I knew where it was stemming from. So for the rest of my cruise, every time he seen me, he was, that's the American. That's the American right there. He was messing with me, but not from a harsh spot. You know what I mean? It just stood out to him because he could tell what I meant by it when I say it. So it's things like that that I feel like these guys should, kind of start highlighting and talking about a little bit more. Maserati, what's up, man? I know you always got something to contribute.
No, I'm just listening to you guys, kind of, and reading the chat. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, but what you said about Europe, you're 100% right. I agree with you. I mean, it's exactly how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you stand out financially, and then, but otherwise, you're just invisible, literally.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, man.
You're
I,
invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Europe. I've said it, man. Europe is all about the paper, man.
Hmm.
Although you'll see some African brothers actually that come as migrants with nothing, winning in places like Serbia, like you know, getting those Serbian women. You know, it's like these
Right.
dudes literally cross the Mediterranean Ocean to get to you know, like Europe, and
Mm-hmm.
within 5 6 years, they got themselves a European broad. So and they're making something happen from themselves, like with businesses and that, all that.
Mm-hmm.
So
But but
but
it,
you are right. Definitely, there's a definitely a bigger treatment once they see that U.S. passport. Like for example, DR is one of them. DR, once they find out you're American, it's like they will treat you actually better than Dominicans.
yep, that's
Mm-hmm.
true.
You
And
know, so
but you mentioned something, Buck. You said that lots of European are tired of the women. And Bosnian, Serbian, those women are really feminist. When they beat an African, bro, I mean,
yeah,
this guy like he want to get his paperwork together, so it's gonna be very docile. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So it's a
for,
plus.
for, for- yeah,
So
exactly.
so he's gonna
That
act like
African dude,
that's yeah,
he will for that African dude, he will put all his effort into this woman because he's playing the long game, just so he can get that European Union citizenship.
exactly.
So
So
he will simp for her. He'll do all kind of stuff for her. She could be a BBW 400 pounds, and this dude is like 125. He'll still simp for her. Just because he's playing the long game.
yeah, I mean,
Um,
he
you
went
know,
across the ocean to get there, so he has
yeah,
nothing. He has nothing to lose. He has a different mindset. He's not
yeah,
in. He's not into looks. He's into
yeah,
survival. You
yeah.
know.
I would say for the other guy in the pen, I don't know, the names are kind of hidden, but if you want to see a large Afro community in Europe, Paris, France is the spot.
Yeah, but Chateau Rouge. You go to Chateau
Yeah,
Rouge, they're all
yeah,
there. Yep.
they're all there. And in the suburbs of France, it's like now you're gonna see a lot of them. Yeah, especially West African and North African. They got a large Algerian, Moroccan, Ghanaian. So it's there's a lot out there.
And
Um,
I've seen that in Scandinavian countries like Norway, Sweden, lots of
Mhm.
Ethiopian.
yeah, there's there's
Yeah.
there's a lot. Even places like Finland too. Finland got,
Finland, yep.
yeah.
Something I was telling someone, I said, from all my travels, I think the only thing US is missing is a train. I feel like everyone else, I feel like if US had a train, I think people would talk about this place like they talk about Europe. Just imagine if you could do like you do over there, pay $60 and wherever y'all at, come to Texas and hop on a train and not just local. We don't have speed trains here, and I feel like it's all
I
just a system
know.
for them to make
E-
money. But
exactly. One thing I kind of where as much as I love cars and driving, man, I wish one thing I kind of respect about Europe is everything is walkable.
Hmm.
You can take the train,
Anywhere.
sit down, you can arrive at your destination. You can be like 50 miles away from the city, from your work. You're gonna be on that train. You're gonna get there in 40 minutes. Then you can walk to your apartment or whatever. I
Exactly.
just I just wish we had that kind of luxury in the states. As much as I love cars and all that, man, but sometimes just it gets tiring of you just constantly driving to the grocery store. driving to the gym, driving to work. It's
I agree.
you know,
That was
I just wish, man, because all these planning came in the 1960s, and I feel like they weren't planning for a more efficient how would I say it, transportation way. Like for example, when I was in Tokyo, bro, they have a world class transportation system out there, man.
Oh yeah, the advance. I
Oh,
mean,
it's
it's a different world. I mean, totally different.
it's look, you can throw me anywhere in Tokyo, and I'm confident I can make myself back to my Airbnb or where I want to be at, because it is that good out there.
Yeah, very good. In,
It's everything is train based. Although you'll see a few cars here and there, but it's like most it's just their transportation system is world class. I just wish the U.S. was kind of like that, where you can go from Dallas to Austin, on a train system, or you want to go to work, you could take the train. It would be just more efficient
yeah, but
and
but
just
if you think about it, the U.S. is still outdated. How come they still got Amtrak in the 21st century? Think about it. Amtrak to go from New York to Baltimore, New York to Maryland. You have to take that old train. It doesn't make any sense. Those old wagon. I mean, you would think that there's a lack of infrastructure when it comes to ferrovial thing. I mean, they need train. I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. That's it. I mean, I've not the exact same thing you were saying. Like I remember, I took the train from Belgium to France, from France to Italy, going through Monaco to Nice, and just by train, and it's really enjoyable. And the sleeping train, I love the sleeping train. So you can just at nighttime, it's very fun. So the US is like so complicated. In Asia in general, I mean, when you go to Asia, you realize that when you go to even China, you go to places like China, you go to places like Hong Kong, you go to places like Tokyo, Singapore, we realize that transportation wise, I mean, they're very advanced. I mean, you don't need a car at all. You can just get around with. The only place I feel like I have to rent a car is when I go to like the States, or when I go to places like third world country. Feel like you need one, to go long distances. But yeah, you're right, 100% right, 100% right, totally right. Yeah.
and even just like the malls, that's even cool. Just you on the train, you might not even plan on buying nothing, but having everything just accessible there. And that was Japan. I love the train stations there, and then just the
yeah.
food is so cheap. I spend $20 and hop back on the train to go to my destination, and I got fried fish and a couple of bento boxes and
Mhm.
sushi and $20. I'm ready to go.
Yep.
They're so advanced that even in the train stations, there's malls inside the train station. It's weird because within the station, there's buildings that's connected to it, and there's like 8, 9 story malls within the station. It was just so fascinating just experiencing that, man. Um, in Tokyo,
Yeah.
they have a world class transportation system. The only thing is the downside over there is like, man, it's a big workaholic culture out there, man. It's people work like
Very.
they work, man. It's
And
and I believe they're having a low birth rate problem. They're
yep.
not great. They're more old people are dying than people being created, so they're running into issues. The
But
economy is not doing well. Right. Matter of fact, the Japanese yang fall. It is actually the lowest since 1980s, which is why I want to get my ass back over there, because everything is gonna be cheap when I go. Because like if you look at, I'm looking at it right now. It's since 1980s. Yeah, it's low. So if you go there, things will be cheap.
mm,
Yeah, and then they have the largest, young population of. I mean, the majority of them are single. Actually, they will tell you they are single. They just don't are not interested in relationship. You
Yeah.
have like from 25 and up to 25 years old. Lots of them they've never had sex for like years, and they were literally saying that there's a big problem in Japan, a huge one. Yeah.
Yeah, the other stat I was looking at. Japanese men between the ages of 18 to 30, they said 60% of that population are virgins and never had
Hmm.
sex with women. You know,
Yep, it's
But
crazy.
I feel like America, that's kind of where we're at now. I mean, with these houses, I'm in Texas. So in Texas, we get my first apartment was in a nice neighborhood, Addison, Texas. If anybody's ever been here, that's kind of like one of the uppity areas. Emmett Smith stays in Addison, Texas, or at least he used to, anyways. We would go ring. We had a friend who went to the same church as him, so I guess maybe his mother had to do something for the church. That she got his address. Maybe she got to drop something off at his house or whatever for the church. So he showed us the house, and we would go ring the doorbell and say, "Can we speak to Emmett?" Just so the people could come to answer. And they'd be like, "Don't come back here," or whatever. But my first apartment, $530. Then in Frisco, where like the Cowboys Stadium is, I had an apartment there and it was like $730. Now I go back and look at those same apartments and it's only been 10 years, and the $500 one they want like 1,100 for, and the $700 one they want like $1,400 for. And houses, you could always get a brand new house built in Texas for 150,000. Now, within 3 years, it went from 150,000 to about 285,000, and that's like on the low range because of that 20% jump, that 19% jump, and that 17% jump. And houses increases when they're only supposed to increase by 3%. And then I think it was good, like Femi said, she was just saying the food as well. I think that's something kind of interesting to touch on because she's not lying. The food is just so much more healthier over there. They don't have all of the pesticides and all of that stuff in it, and people eat a lot of fish, and everything is just fresh. You can get your fish swimming, and they'll cook it up right there for you. You don't
Yep.
really have that type of stuff in the States.
No, we
yeah,
don't. Everything is canned. Everything is processed. So a
yeah.
huge difference here. And
That's
you read that there's a survey that said that 48.3% of Japanese married couple are in sexless marriages.
Yeah. Now I can't explain that one. I know
Neither
over
do I.
here. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was
Go
just
ahead.
gonna say I can't explain that. I understand the having a hard part or having a time meeting your partner, but once you get that partner, I can't explain why it would decrease. Because even over here, the kids are starting to decrease now with everything being so expensive. But yeah, I've heard what you said. Sexless marriages, and that's kind of interesting.
See, the
Uh,
thing is, like, well, over there, it's like I said, it goes back to the
Stress.
workaholic and stress culture.
Yep.
You know,
You're so
it's
stressed.
like when I went there, man. One of the other things I was surprised by, man, the amount of people that smoke. Holy shit! It's like, yo, people even smoke in the hotels. Like they even have hotels where it says non-smoking floor, smoking floor, and it's like you'll see people like even outside just smoking. So as much as they're like on the more health conscious, I was one of the things I was actually surprised was how people were on a slim side. I did not see like any obese or out of shape people out there when I went there, or obese Japanese. So that's one of the things, the other things that surprised me. But their food is like just, it's as you said, it's more natural. There's plenty of seafood, a lot of fish, different
It's
variety of fish.
and it's raw
Yeah.
or steamed. So I
Yep.
think it helps a lot.
Mm.
Not that much carb. Like if you look at the United States diet, and also corn, everything is corn based. Everything it's
Hmm.
if you think about it, and then that pretty much that's why you have so many obese in like I did for instance I've realized that when I'm in the state I gain weight eating the exact same thing I eat
Yes.
overseas, but when I travel I just is it like less water retention, less everything. I'm
Facts.
like, this is weird. I'm like, what is that?
Facts.
Mm.
Strictly. Let me just tell you. A few years ago, I went to Peru for about a month. Right. Look, I left the states when I was 230 pounds. Right. I went to Peru. I was mind you, I was having fun, partying, eating a lot.
Hmm.
Guess what? When I came back to the states, I checked my weight. I lost. 25 pounds.
Yep.
And I couldn't believe it. But guess what? That 25 pounds, it returned within a month.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm telling you. I
It's
mean, it's the
crazy,
food. I
man,
mean,
what they're putting in these foods, man.
yep, all the steroid, all those things. I'm telling you, it doesn't make any sense. I've realized it. I mean, even and the food tastes different. If you realize it, the chicken tastes different, the meat tastes different. I mean, you're like, yeah, uh,
It's natural taste.
yep,
It's organic taste you're tasting. Here is like you can literally taste the pesticide, the medication they put in, the steroids.
yep.
You know, like you go to Walmart and you see how big those chicken breasts are, man. You know,
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's crazy. And I realized that I'm like, and also that this high sodium intake, high blood
How's food?
pressure.
How's
Uh-huh.
food in the Dominican as far as that goes? Because you live in the DR, right?
No, right now I'm in Singapore, but
Oh
I
wow.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But no, I'm based actually. I live in Dubai. I was in the DR because I have to back up with because my wife's from the DR. I spent so
Okay.
much traveling. I had so many issues with my marriage
Okay.
due to my travel, so I had to spend at least a good time in DR to kind of make amends because they were here. But the food in DR, I mean, they have lots of fried food. Though. That's the thing about it, and they have a high intake of rice. So therefore there you're gonna see lots of big people in the yard. The obesity rate is also high in the yard because lots of fried food, lots of rice. And the funny
Okay.
thing about it, I mean, imagine they have so many fresh fruits, but they still buy canned juices and stuff like that instead of just buying your fruit. You use a juicer, and they should do those things. So what I do when I'm in the yard, I buy my own. I don't really go out to restaurant because first of all, I don't find the food. When you used to good food, then you go to the food is very salty, so I don't really enjoy it. So I rather buy my own food and just cook it myself. Like I like to grill my meat, I like to grill or bake. I only use olive oil and stuff like that. But otherwise, the air gastronomy is pretty. It's very greasy. Yes, yeah. So it's not. Is that something I would recommend? Lots of fried,
Wow.
like fried plantain
it.
with fried chicken and rice. It's even fried rice because they put so much oil on the rice. It's crazy. You're like, wow. Like,
Yeah.
Gotcha. I
You
didn't
yeah,
know
know.
because you know the water too. So yeah, that's even a little shocking. It makes sense now you say it, but just
Yeah.
thinking on it on a quick, I'm thinking water. So I really didn't know. Okay.
and also think about it. It's an island, but seafood you barely find the fresh fish in Santo Domingo,
Yeah.
or you like,
I,
but it's an
I
island. You
I
wonder.
always wondered. Yeah.
Yeah, you would think everybody would be eating seafood. Like I was in Martinique and Guadeloupe, which is an island. They have the same geographically, it's just is the Caribbean, but there I had fish, crab, lobster every day. In DR, I don't remember seeing a lobster in a regular supermarket. You have to go to like a high-end
Mhm.
restaurant or go to resort in touristic areas. So I don't understand these things. So at the end,
It's
the food
yeah.
is not great at all.
Yeah, they eat pork, beef, and chicken is like the main staple. So it's like so the staple is rice and beans, right? And then you get the protein with it can be chicken, beef, or pork. Over there, but DR food, I just didn't find it like appealing.
Not at all.
Uh,
I mean,
it's
it's
I
rice,
would
beans,
say
and
I would say for food, one of the best places for food, I
Peru,
would say
Peru,
Peru, bro. Peru. Oof.
Peru. Peru
Oof.
in the whole Latin
Peru,
America,
Peru,
it's
Peru.
Peru. Peru.
Oh,
They have so many dishes, seafood,
oh my
meat. I mean,
goodness,
it's
man.
crazy and cheap.
It's it's cheap, man.
Yeah,
Look,
and good.
even the
Wow.
even the gas station food tastes good.
Oh yeah.
I was everything just tasted good over there. I was going even random, like stores or restaurants. Everything just tasted good. I haven't found one restaurant where I had a bad experience.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, it's the
Even in
thing is like,
Chile, the best
Chile is the
restaurants
same
are
thing.
not the best restaurants are Peruvian.
Yeah,
The best restaurant in Chile because the Chilean cuisine they don't have any. I mean, they don't have any. Have you ever seen a Chilean restaurant?
I've never
Uh
even
huh.
had Chilean. You know, the,
You
the
was
and
go ahead.
strictly travel. This is how I found out about this how find out about Peruvian food. So I was in Medellin, Colombia. I don't know if you guys ever been to Colombia or Medellin before,
No, only
but
been to Bogota.
let me tell you about Colombian food. Man, they don't season their food, brother. They do not season the food. So if you order a meal,
And they put eggs and
it's
everything.
it's there's no salt, no spices. So you'll eat the rice how it is. The chicken is gonna come out like extra white with no seasoning and all that. And I was like, yo, I'm tired of eating Colombian food. There's no seasoning. So I was like, I discovered there was this Peruvian spot, and I was like, you know what? I'm done with Colombian food, man. It's subpar. I just couldn't enjoy it. Let me just try this Peruvian. And that was my first time trying Peruvian food. Look, the first bite I took, I fall in love. I was
What
like at that moment. Look, strictly.
what did you have?
Um, I forgot, but I hold on. Let me. I think it was. So it was. I remember it was sweet potatoes. I just couldn't figure out but it had sweet potatoes, uh, some chicken, and some veggies on the side.
Yeah.
Um, I swear I had that meal. Look, for the next 5 days, strictly, I kept coming back to that restaurant for every day for lunch. I kept coming back because I don't know. Have you've been to Colombia, right?
Yes, I've been to Colombia, but just in Bogota, and I didn't like the food.
Oh, oh man, if you've been to Medellin, I don't know how it is, because especially if you've been in the Paisa region, the Medellin region, the food doesn't taste as good as the coastal region. See, the coastal region is more of an Afro, black population. So they're gonna have more flavor. They're gonna have more flavor in their foods, and it's gonna be a different, But Medellin, Colombia was the first time I tried Peruvian the food, and at that moment I was like, "Yo, I have to go back to the source of these foods. I have to go to Peru." And Peru, it's known for that, man. You won't if you ever go there. Everybody raves about the food over there. Like it's top notch. The scenery in Lima, Peru, is like one of the best.
Yep,
It's they. Although the thing over there is like the women is not like if you compare Colombian women to Peruvian women, it's like it's a native night and
in,
day difference. It's like
I know they're more
the Colombian
indigenous
women,
in
Colombian women, they win easy money. It's like it's easy, but where Peru gets Colombia is the food, and the hospitality.
yeah,
It's like people are super friendly. They're welcoming.
that's
And
true.
it's significantly more safer. Like I could actually see myself living in Lima, man.
Yeah, no, Lima is nice. I had a good time in Lima. The food was just amazing. I mean, I used to go to a place in Chile called Tanta, and then I found the same place in Peru, and then I went to expensive. I went to a five-star Michelin restaurant. I went to regular hole in the wall in Peru. They were all good. I was like, wow. But when it comes to meat, Argentina got the best one.
Yeah, I've
Wow,
heard about it.
wow. No, no,
I've
no, no,
heard
no, no,
I,
no,
I
no.
I've heard about they have the all you can eat meat thing where
Uh,
you go to the restaurant.
Argentina got some very good cut. I mean, they like when it comes to that. Brazil is also good, but it's not the same as Argentina. And Chile is also good when it comes to. I've really learned how. I'm used to. I mean, I was used to do just Angus beef for to make my barbecue and stuff like that. But when I moved to Chile, they have a different way of making the food. I mean, of making their grill. So then I got used to. I really learned about meat when I was in Argentina and Chile. I mean, like a good ribeye, a good. I mean, they have those. I mean, but the way they because I think it's because in Argentina it's flat, so therefore their cow, don't really have to walk, so the meat is always tender, and they have and the way they actually feed them they were doing that. No, the meat in Argentina is unbelievably good and cheap. And cheap, yeah. In DR, the meat is horrible. You have to know which cut to get. Otherwise, if you eat the local meat in DR, it's like cardboard, bro. That's hard, you know.
Mm,
Yeah, but
mm.
yeah. So in Latin America, I will put Peru. That's my first on the list when it comes to overall food. You know, it's Peru. They have those dishes and their seafood.
Hmm.
Especially, I love octopus. The way they do it with that the squid. They have that dark tin that they use the calamar. You know, the calamar is. I mean, they no. I mean, it's literally so good. So when I enjoy my food, when I go to Peruvian restaurants. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like I said, and I went there the most perfect time. It was like right around December, so it was actually their summer over there. Oh my goodness, the weather, man! It was in the 70s, averaging. Man, it's it was a whole different vibe, man.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
what's the soul exchange rate? I know when I was there was one for
it's
three.
right now it should be when I went there, it was everything just seemed cheap out there, man. Like I was getting like coffee and a croissant for breakfast in the morning for like less than $2.
Wow.
You know, in the States, if I do the same thing, it's gonna cost me like right around $5, $6. You know,
Yeah. I just checked. It's still about the same. $1 for 32 soul. Okay, it's still good. It's still good. Wow, pretty
yeah,
stable the currency. Okay, it's
definitely,
pretty.
definitely.
See, I gotta try
And
some of this stuff y'all been on, man. I've only gone to places like London,
Nah.
Iceland multiple times. Japan is probably like the cheapest place that I've went and got some bang for my buck. I was
ha-
just going for Instagram scenery photos to see blue water and turquoise water and all that type of stuff, colorful rainbow mountains. But I've surpassed. I didn't go to all these Thailands and all that. That's what I'm ready for now. Like y'all were saying, the Brazils, the Thailand, and for me, it ain't the women. Like I say, I just want to get some bang for my buck. The Peru, I want to see my dollar stretch.
Yeah,
look, if
Peru.
you wanna, I was gonna say strictly, if you wanna, turquoise water, blue waters, man. Let me just say, man, that Quantaru area of Mexico, Playa
Hmm.
del Carmen, Cancun, and Tulum, man, some of the most turquoise water you'll ever see in your life. It
Well, see,
just,
I did a little thing in
oh,
Mexico. I kind of like just kind of jumped around. So I
okay,
started off in I can't think of the name of the town. They call it King Mountain though. And
okay, okay,
then one sec.
okay. I was gonna say, like, since you live
Monterey.
in
So it was
Monterey, okay,
Monterey.
okay,
So I started off in
okay,
Monterey. Have you
yeah.
been there?
No, I haven't been there. I was gonna say, like, since you live in Texas, you right there to Mexico, so you can take these mini trips over there and go to different cities like QB. You know QB Passport Flexion, right?
I've seen him before in some. I
Yeah,
don't
he's
really.
he's he's a big fan of Mexico, so you can keep going over there. And a lot of people, what I found out is like they sleep on Mexico, but Mexico is actually I actually put Mexico in terms of Latin America. I got Peru as a number one, and I got Mexico as a number two.
Oh,
Mexico
okay.
is a hidden. Mexico is actually not a lot of passport bros. They don't go to Mexico.
It's,
The passport
I,
bros, they're going to DR, Brazil, Colombia, and Thailand. That's the big four. But they don't go to like places like Mexico. And
so
the
I
thing is,
did.
like, Mexico is like it's huge. It's
Yeah.
very huge. Like it's
So I did
diverse.
Monterey, and then I went to Mexico City, and then I went to Puerto Vallarta, and then before that, I just went to Cabo. And Mexico City to me was like Vegas on steroids, but the money still doesn't go that far in Mexico. Like you get a little extra bang for your buck, but it's still not the cheapest, if you know what I'm saying. So I
Yeah,
enjoyed it, but like I say, I'm ready to see my dollar stretch more than anything. I've
yeah.
got to see all the beauty now. I want to see my dollar stretch.
And if you want that, one of the places is like I said, You can do that in Peru. You can do that in what's the other city? Colombia. Have you been
Yeah,
to Colombia before?
I haven't. Even Argentina. I heard there the
Argentina.
hyperinflation. I got to get
I,
some of that too.
yeah, Argentina. Bolivia. Strictly Travel. He's an expert on Chile since he lived there, so he can talk about that. I think.
Okay. I see we got someone else who joined in. Y'all want to say something? I can't see
Strictly,
any names. The
strictly
Roses.
Travel. Tell him about Chile, man. Yeah, so I think he stepped away, but Strictly Travel always revs about Chile. I think that's his second favorite place in the world.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
it's yeah, you can in terms of bang for buck, man. Let me just tell you, nothing beats Latin America and Southeast Asia
Okay.
and
Okay.
Asia in general. Like right now, Japan is a good. If you want safety, if you want modern infrastructure, and if you want lower cost of living, Japan is right now the uh best option.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
to Southeast Asia, you know, is good.
Okay.
South America is good. Brazil, I heard is very inexpensive. Um, yeah, there's a lot of places. Dominican Republic is also inexpensive. It's cheap.
For sure, for sure. Well,
So
hey, I'm gonna get off here, man, and respect the panel,
yeah,
respect what they got shaking. I think it
yeah. I
was
think
good
they
though, a
want to
little
close
bit
the
to kind of
room. Yeah,
switch it
yeah,
up, not to
yeah. I
be
think they,
just in a negative headspace all the time. But yeah, as far as these PP boys, if they still out there listening, I've never had any trouble talking to women. That's a new one on me. Yeah, it might be
no,
a little
no.
bit tougher, but I
Same,
agree with
same
the
here, man.
ladies. Yeah,
Same here, man. The thing is, like, I travel for just for the sake of traveling. I travel for the scenery, culture, food, and the women is just the icing on the cake. It's not the primary reason why I travel. So if I get women, that's good. If I don't,
right.
I'm still content. But passport bros always want to make it about women. And I don't want to. I don't want to. If guys want to travel for women, they can do that. I'm not gonna criticize them.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they're not bashing American women.
I'm with it. Same here.
Yeah. Salute to the chat and the panel, man. I'm out.
All right, holla G. Who said that? Bye. See y'all next time. Chris, thank you.
Hi guys, I think it is just me and um, okay. Good night, Will. Good night. Good. Who is that? Good night, Obi. It's just me now. I wanted to say this before I close it because, to be honest, I was not listening all the time, but at one time I heard Femi saying that the balloon guy doesn't even like his past dating at least was all Latina women, but here he is attacking black women. And this is something we see with passport bros as well, right? When their dating preference are non-black women, but when they want to attack women, the women they attack are black women. Um, so I'm not surprised that a man who doesn't even date black women was on YouTube or whatever that show he is on attacking black women because that's how it works. If you watch the Passport Bros, whenever they have something negative to say about Black women, the thumbnail about women, the thumbnail they use is Black women. But when they want to praise beauty, the thumbnail they use is non-Black women. So I'm not surprised that that balloon guy dates a non-Black woman, but when it is time to attack women, the attack is directed towards Black women, which is the reason why I'm saying that we have to separate from these men. And that's the only way we could maintain. This guy is a divester, and as a divester, mind you, there are Latina shows, Latina balloon, pop the balloon or whatever these shows are called. There are Latinas where Latinas, like all the contestants are Latina women. He could have gone there, but he decided not to because this men could not, like, their hatred for Black women cannot keep them away from Black men. They hate Black women so much that they have, like, and let's be honest, the reason they hate us is not because of our attitude. What they hate about us is the way we look, which is okay. I mean, you don't like how we look, and that's okay. Mm. Exactly, who? Because I mean, this man, I was on a space because now I'm not on YouTube that much, so I'm usually on the Twitter space, and these men were like these Black men were like bragging how Black women were the least desirable women, like um, talking about how the research that found Black women to be the least desirable is the most extensive research. And I'm like, you are a Black woman, you're a Black man, and here you are, applauding a so-called research study or poll that found, Black women undesirable. So the reason I'm saying that is what they don't like about us is our look. It's not our attitude. And this guy, this balloon guy, should have gone to Latina women because those are the women he is dealing with. He should have gone to them, to show that has Latina women only, and then dealt with them because whatever problem he has with women, it is the Latina women that he has problems. Oh, absolutely. I have said I have said this over and over, which is not being desired by Black men, by men in general, is a great thing. I'm gonna be on a live. It's being kind of finalized. I don't know if I should say it right now. I think you guys already know because the person, someone was here talking about it, but we are finalizing it in the, in email and everything. And like the person, they have this thing that they want to remind us that we are the least desirable women over and over so that we will be like, what, yeah, we are least desirable. Black men are our um, black men are our only choice, our only, almost like our one and only choice. So we have to be submissive. We have to to do everything they want us to do. That is why I would rather be. For me, not being desirable is like nothing. Doesn't make me sad. It doesn't make me like, I don't want you to desire me. Women do not desire me, and that doesn't affect me. Why would men not desiring me should affect me? I don't want you to desire me.
all I want is, all I want from men is sex, nothing else. And I don't want men to desire. Not being desired by men is the least important thing in life, especially not being desired by Black men. What we want is for them to leave us alone, which they have, refused to do. Even when they are dating out, they are still, Black women are still, in their mouth, on their tongue all the time. So that's what I wanted to say. And everybody, thank you. Yeah, black men are not our only choice. I have, I am not. You guys know that I am the least sex obsessed person because, let's be honest. I mean, I am too comparing me and Floyd. Absolutely not. Yeah, I am not Floyd at all because Floyd, comparing me. Comparing me to Floyd is like an insult. Floyd right now is living in his car. Not only is he living in his car, he has absolutely refused to even move from one seat to another to another seat in his car. Like he has zero motivation to do anything other than bodily activity, like something that you have to do for your body because your body needs it. You have to eat. That's true. Zed, who said that? I'm gonna take. I'm going to post my email, guys, so that you guys could email me. Because comparing me to Floyd is an insult. Floyd is now in America, refusing to do anything, refusing to work. He has bought a car that is, that car, I call it donor mobile because what's going to happen, I think, is if he keeps on driving it, he's going to have a car accident, a very bad car accident. And Floyd being, a young man, he's going to turn into a donor mobile. That is what's going to happen. That is, what will happen with if he continues driving that car. Because that car is something that should not be driven. He was showing it off on on the live. People asking him, give us a tour of your car, show us your car. He opened the okay. He opened the glove compartment. The glove compartment fell off. It fell off. The car is undrivable. I don't even know. And he bought it from a and the seat has blood stains. And what kind of what kind of dealer sells a car with a stain in it? Like, I don't even know if that is. I know I have said now. I am not going to talk about the passport bros, but Floyd, I think the car has blood stains, and then the reason I say he lives in his car is because there were two tires in the back seat. Who is it? Yeah, so he has to. he probably doesn't have any place in his home, or what if he has a home to to put the tires. So Floyd right now is, I mean, you cannot compare him to me. I mean, the guy. My God, that car is so. Guys, I don't like Floyd that much, but they had him. They like, I don't know if you wanted to show them the car drives or whatever. He took the car into a drive-through, and I was like, my God, I hope he makes it there. I hope he makes it there because the car is not drivable. He should just live in it. I wouldn't even live in it if I was a homeless because it doesn't even look, some like a place like there is blood. I don't know if he bleed in it, but I would not be, staying in a car with blood stains. Yeah, that car is not, um, and I don't know. Right now I have noticed something. The passport bro sphere has settled into their basic self. I don't know if that's the correct English. Floyd doesn't like doing anything, nothing. He doesn't like doing anything other than, like I told you guys, bodily activities. Eat, drink, sex, and, maybe, like pass out, but west. That's it. He doesn't like to do anything else, right? So now he doesn't interact with people or anything. He just sits in his car and begs, which is, I think, what Floyd's basic thing is. Like, that's probably what he wants to do. Austin, I think what is happening with Austin in Brazil is that when you go into a new country, there is that, I guess, the newness. You don't really notice a lot of things because it's new, especially for Aston. He was running away from his mom, who is controlling, very bad mom, we could say. And so when he went to Brazil first, like the freedom of running away from his mom, he probably didn't see Brazil for what it really is. But now he is starting to realize that, one, Brazil is a very racist place, the country. Two, he is not a lot of Brazilian women's preference because he used to think, he used to tell, he actually got in trouble for telling men to go to Brazil because, they could get sex, like Brazilian women are easy. But right now he's realizing that's not the case. And so he is now, he has, if you watch, I'm not lying. I really do not watch Aston's shows right now because they are so depressing. And so I think that is Aston's self. Like, Aston is a very negative person. Like, he views things negatively. So he has gone back to him. This is him. Austin sees life in a very negative way, and that's what he's right now. But let me say this: Austin, right? Here is the thing that annoys me about Austin. He calls the so-called. Hold on. So Austin was on the live, right, with this with this Colombian guy talking about. No problem. Who said that? Send me. And I'm gonna close the panel, the room in 5 minutes. Like at 9:30, I will close it. But I wanted to say this because Aston was interviewing this guy, this Colombian Colombian American guy. I don't know how to describe him. And Austin said that, Black Brazilian women were not, even giving him attention, that when he says hi to them, they don't say hi back to him. They ignore him. Da, 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 da. So the Colombian guy asked Austin, show me a picture of one of those Black women who ignored you, or who was mean to you or whatever. And Austin showed him a picture, and the guy is like, that's not a Black woman. That woman is not Black. No, not that guy was. He was telling Austin that the woman Austin claims is Black is not Black, and that is what I have been saying. I have been saying this over and over. These passport bros have the tendency to call non-Black Latinas Black. I have been saying this over and over. Maybe as someone who is, a foreigner, not an American. I have, like, Black in other societies is about phenotype, and it's not just me saying that, right? Austin had a Venezuelan Black woman on his show, and he asked her, how do Venezuelans, how do Latinos, Latin America define Black? And she said, it's how you look. And so that man is like, this woman is not Black. So Austin has been, trying to get with these women who are not Black, but calling them Black. And then when they, tell him they don't want to date him, he's claiming that Black women do not want to date him. In reality, the women who do not want to date him are non-Black women. And here is the thing that I wanted to say. Austin claims that the Brazilian women, the Brazilian Black women, Black in quotes, who do not want to date him are self-haters. If they do not want to date Black men like Austin, they're I was going to close the panel at 9:30, which is like in 1 minute. Would that be okay, Chris? Or if not, you could come on. You could actually, I think, strictly in the back. So if you, I am open, but it is Chris. Chris is good. I'm actually so glad I gave my shout out to Chris, because I loved his polls. I loved, the title of his lives. So yeah. But what I was going to say was that Austin claims that the Black women who do not want to date him, the Black Brazilian women, the Black Latina women who do not want to date him, are self-haters, are colonized mind. And here is the thing, though. Austin himself has said over and over and over, he doesn't like dating dark-skinned Black women. He said, he has a preference. He even claims that the reason he doesn't, like to date dark-skinned women is because his mom is light-skinned or something like that, right? So, but he never said that. He never called himself a self-hater for not wanting to date, Black women with his skin tone, right? But when Black women do not want to date Black men with his, skin tone, all of a sudden they are self-haters, which is the reason why you should never take any lecture, any thing from this man when it comes to Blackness. These men, they hate Blackness. They are running away from Blackness. If they loved Black women, they would be going to the Caribbean, the Black majority Caribbean countries, not to Dominican Republic, not to Brazil, not to other parts of Latin America. So the real self-haters are passport bros like Austin, not the Black women, the so-called Black women in Brazil who do not want to date Austin. Like I told you guys, the Black women he claims are Black are not really Black, and it's not just me who's saying that. The men, the Brazilians themselves, the Latinos themselves are telling him, no, these are not Black. One day I was watching Austin's live, and he said that he was outside a nightclub, I guess, and he said, this Black woman, look at this Black woman with her white mixed child or something to imply that this black woman had a child with a white man. So I'm looking for that black woman because I couldn't find her, but I could see a white child, and that child is the only child in there. So I'm like looking to the woman who came with that child, and I'm looking at her. She was not black at all. She just had dark hair, and he's calling her black. She's not black at all. What is interesting was that Aston, while he was making that video, while he was talking in that live, he was standing next or sitting next to a a man who has black hair and kind of tan, but he didn't call that man a black man, because these passport bros understand that calling them black men black erases real black men. But they do that to us because they want to erase black women. They want to replace black women with non-black women. That's a good point, Obi. That's a very good point, and I want to close this with this. What about Aston trying to create Aston blogs to show blogs because he can't make money off his regular page because he's discussing that. Yeah. I remember one guy on Twitter said that black men have so much option that black women are going to be left with no men at all, and I'm like, oh, that's great. I actually like that because that would force black men to date non-black men. And that guy got angry. He's like, you should care. You should care that that we are leaving you for non-black women. I'm like, why are you angry that I'm not caring? Because this man don't want you. Very obvious. They don't want us, but they still want us to care about them because they want our labor. That's the thing. If we are desperate, if we think black men are our only option, we are going to to spend so much labor on this man, so much free labor, so much of our time on this man. So that's exploitative, right? So when they tell you you are the least desirable, don't try to convince them. No. I'm actually desirable. Just tell them thank you. Thank you for not desiring me and stay away from me. I'm not going to spend any of my labor, any of my money on you. Anyways, that's what I wanted to say, guys. And I'm closing it. Thank you, Chris. Bye bye.